Hey, what's up, guys? Let me know how the sound is coming in. Yeah, I'm back home. Man. Hey, listen. It's been a rough few days. I'm finally back at home. I'm trying to stay warm. It's still cold here, man. It's got to be snowing right now. It's freezing. I'm burning my heater. I'm gonna see if that helps. But I see LODE running up this morning. It's moving some. Hey, good. Oh, man. All right. All right, so yeah, look at LODE, guys. This one's moving right now. Yeah, I mean, it's moving right now for sure. Man, it sounds like I missed a good day yesterday. I made some money yesterday, but it wasn't much. It sounds like I missed a really solid day, to be honest. Look at LODE go though, guys. This one is making big moves right now. Big runs, big moves here. Look at this. Let me know how your day was yesterday. Yeah, sometimes. I sometimes buy pre-market. DOGZ, yeah, we can look at it. Honestly, it's just good to be back home. Honestly, I completely missed this one too. So yeah, DOGZ, LODE, CCNC. That one doesn't look good. MYT doesn't look terrible, but it's not the best volume. And like PETZ, look at these three. These three are probably my main watches, being LODE, DOGZ, and PETZ. These three have crazy ranges right now, so we're watching them. I also see like I see a few other ones show up on the list. I'm trying to check this out now, so give me a second. Honestly, it's cold up here. I gotta go turn my heat on in a second. It's too cold. Yeah, well, we missed the last half of the stream. Not in GameStop, so it went well. Hey, where's GameStop at right now? GameStop's at $49. I mean, it hasn't really done anything. It's just kind of been sitting, and it's reasonable to assume that this might be where it's sitting. After this big run on GameStop, looking at the daily chart, like maybe it's going to calm down here. I mean, it kind of ripped up here the previous few days before the crazy run. And so it's not crazy to assume it might just kind of calm down. 40s, 50s. Look at AKU here. It looks like we got a bunch of small floats, to be honest. We've got like CRBP, which looks alright. PETZ, MYT, SOS, really solid move here for SOS. SNDL is finally on some nice downtrend after diluting and scamming people out of their money. Yeah, it's one of the reasons I'm a very skeptical trader. Like, I've told myself, like, yeah, I'm going to invest long term in certain companies. The reality is, I never really have the patience to. And I understand myself as a trader in that regard, because it's like I don't ever have the patience to actually hold long term for almost anything ever. I'm too skeptical. You know, and it looks like my skepticism was the right move for SNDL because I got out at 325s. I scaled out all the way up to like 4 something, and then I exited my final position at like 320 something. So like in hindsight, I'm certainly glad I was skeptical of this one. But yeah. I mean, if it gets super cheap, listen, I might buy a few shares. And I'm not going to be super optimistic about those few shares, but I'm buying them just in case we do get a squeeze up and a push up after that. I see SENS show up on the list too, but it's been showing up every day on the watch list. And I just think there's better stuff to include on the watch list today. But it feels good to be home. My internet should be on point today. It should be working well. We got CNET as well. I'll look up some catalysts in a second. I did a speed test. I'm running at about 40 megabits per second for download speed, which should be enough. I'm almost 1,000 megabits per second download speed. My upload speed is 40. I mean, oh man. But it's been a crazy few days, guys. No fun. PXS. I don't know. A lot of these are going to be from small floats. Whew, guys, it is cold, man. Oh, man. It is cold here in Texas, guys. All right, we'll look up, yeah, for you guys. I saw somebody complain yesterday, like, this happens every day. It's like, bro, we got a freaking blizzard over here in Texas, man. I would say like 70% of people lost power in Texas over the last week. It's been crazy. Texas wasn't ready for this, you know. But yeah. Look at DOGZ here. DOGZ had a big rip up to 7s. It's back down to 4s now. I don't know if I like this one as much. It was on my list. It's got a 20 million float. Cash of about 5 million, debt of about 7 million, market cap 65 million, float of about 20 million. So we'll watch it, but it's not my favorite anymore. PETZ, guys, this one had a big percentage. Look at this one's moves here. This one gapped up from 3s all the way to almost 20, and then it came back down to around 11 for PETZ here. I can only assume it's got an incredibly small float. It's not super small. I mean, it's 12 million. It's small. It's certainly small, but it's not like crazy, incredibly small or anything. And so we're watching it, but I'm skeptical, you know. We got SOS, which is still moving here. Look at SOS, still gapping up. We'll watch it. We got a lot of equity to trade today since I didn't really trade much yesterday. And so we're going to try to use most of the equity we have today and take some trades as long as there's something that looks good. But yeah, SOS is gapping back up. CNET starting to push up a little bit. Here's CNET. I know, guys, listen, and I get it. Everybody up north is going to be like, nah, that's nothing. You know, that's no big deal. You know, here we're facing negative 50. I get it. Listen, I get it. If I was you, I'd probably say the same thing. But what y'all don't understand is that Texas doesn't have the infrastructure to deal with this. It just doesn't. Our power went out. Nobody has generators down here, really. I mean, the ones that have dealt with hurricanes have generators, right? But a large majority of people don't have generators. Some don't have fireplaces. You know what I mean? And so the roads aren't ready. They don't salt the roads down here like they should. There's no snow blowers. Like, people here just aren't ready for that. You know, if you live up north, that's kind of what you pay for. You know what I mean? But like down here, ain't nobody got time for that. You know, we didn't pay for this. We moved to Texas to avoid this, you know. But yeah, that's the difference, is that Texas just didn't have the infrastructure. There was a point in time I didn't have Wi-Fi signal. I had no power. I had no heat. Our fireplace was broken. And so we were literally sitting in a house that was like 20 degrees with nothing. It sucked. We had to go to a friend's house. We tried to get a hotel, but they got bought up too quickly too. We got ANTE pulling back some. Am I missing anything though this morning, team? I don't think I am. ACIU spiked and then failed. You can see it tried and then it came back down. Yeah. $770,000% increase. Is that a Dave Chappelle quote, droid? I can't tell if it's the Dave Chappelle half-baked quote where he goes, "Where are you from, man?" And he goes, "By the beach." If that's a Dave Chappelle quote, you know, I like it. What's up, guys? Yeah, we weren't ready, bro. We weren't ready for this weather, man. That's what I'll say. We were not ready. I was not personally ready for it, you know. All right. What do we see? I mean, honestly, it looked really good like 10, 15 minutes ago. Now it looks terrible. There's nothing. SBBP's moving a little bit. I don't know if that one's going to hold. We're watching it. ONTX is starting to push up a little bit here. I don't like the float here, though. I don't think... Hey, guys, let's just hope my internet stays on, my power stays on. It should, but let's hope it does. Here's ONTX. Let's see what the numbers are here. Alright. Whew, man. Honestly, it's cold, man. I don't even know what I'm doing over here. Alright, so ONTX has a float of 191 million. About 7% short float, so at least it's got some shorts in there. Market cap 252 million, cash of 24 million, no debt that I see, revenue of 200K, so not incredibly high revenue or anything. Here's 150s. I mean, we're sitting right under 150. I can only help watch that level at 150 for ONTX. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I'm happy I got power and Wi-Fi now, you know. NAKD, yeah, I'll check it out. Yes, I'm back home. Hey, thank you, team. Is it dangerous to trade LODE? I mean, probably. But I mean, in the end, it's all about what kind of risk you want to give yourself. If you give yourself a small risk, you know, or if you scale down your share size, you know, a lot, then you'll probably be fine. This has got to be the main watch, right? Here's $6. We're looking at that. We'll see if $6 holds. Alright. And AKD. Yeah, we'll check it out. Yeah, it's cold here, guys. Yeah, I see Bitcoin hitting 51K. LODE is probably the main watch. I mean, what else we got? We got DOGZ. Gave up most of its gains already. PETZ. Same thing. Gave up most of the gains already. MYT kind of, but maybe ANTE kind of, but it stopped too. SOS looks good. We can watch SOS. Somebody said they reported 70,000% increase in revenue. I gotta look this up. That's a big percentage. All right. DPW, yeah, we can look at DPW. I mean, I don't see where SOS increased by 70,000%. If I'm missing the article, let me know. I see they did an offering on the 12th. Alright, so over the last week, SOS traded higher in pre-market. It's a Chinese company. They said Tuesday they announced receiving 5,000 pieces of crypto mining rigs ahead of schedule and said the equipment is expected to generate sufficient crypto hash power to allow us to promptly capture the rising cryptocurrency prices. Being a mining company, they're benefiting from Bitcoin as a whole, is what this seems like for SOS, and it's something that we're certainly going to be watching today for sure. George Soros bought 3.3 million shares of QS. Yeah, I mean, it's gapping up some. That must have been at least some good news. But yeah, I think the main watch today is LODE. I mean, look at this. It's breaking highs here. I don't even know what to do. We get a little pullback to like 7. Maybe I'll buy a little bit. Like 5 shares, 10 shares. For LODE. Look at this move. LODE is probably the biggest mover right now. AKU. Yeah, I mean, big movement here. It's got to be a small float for AKU. We could look up the numbers. 54 million in the float, so it's not incredibly small or anything. I don't know what the catalyst here is, but this is really swingy. A little bit too swingy for me, to be honest. I mean, it goes all the way up to almost 11 from $3, and then it falls back down to 6. Almost another 50%. So, I mean, no catalyst that I see for AKU. I don't know why it's acting like this, but it's a little shady. I think the low volume is causing it to maybe put some big swings in relative to the float, and we'll see what happens with it. I'm watching it, but you got to be careful with it. We also have ANTE pushing up some. Here's ANTE here. I believe this is a crypto related stock as well. I don't see any catalyst here for it, but I believe it's crypto too. Oh wait, it's a Chinese digital media services provider, and they announced giving Unistar Holding Group a 19% stake in exchange for the delivery of 500 computer servers designed specifically to mine crypto for ANTE. So, you know, I think that's the big popular catalyst over the last week is, oh, we got a bunch of crypto mining rigs, and we're going to make money and take advantage of the rising Bitcoin prices. Bitcoin currently sitting at 52,000. And so, yeah, we could also watch like NXTD, MARA, RIOT, all this craziness with Bitcoin. It's certainly something that we can watch. Hey, my man, Will, if you're long on a stock, do you recommend selling some on the way up or just let it all ride? I plan on holding for years. I think that's a little bit more preference-based, Will. I think that they both are understandable, you know, decisions in that taking profits when you're up is not always a bad thing. But it really just depends on if you're investing in the company as a whole, or if you are, you know, just kind of long-term swing trading. If it's about technicals, I think you should always take profit in technical trading. If it's fundamental and you're looking to hold it for years and years and years, like value investing 10 plus years, which I don't really think you should do much in the penny stock space, just because most penny stocks are terrible companies that are going to go to zero. But like if you're actually investing in a company, you know, then I think you got to just let it ride and watch it. If you're investing in it, it should, by that logic, be a more stable company, and so you'll see less huge swings unless you get really lucky in a sector. And I think if you do get really lucky in a sector, I mean, if you're up 1,000%, you know, it's probably wise to take at least some of it off, regardless of how stable or unstable the company is or how long or short term you're holding it. I think if you're up a huge percentage, of course, you should take at least some of it off. But again, so much of that question is preference based, and it really just depends on your mind space and what you're really thinking about doing, and whether your plan is to hold it long term or not. There's a lot of different nuances to that question, but that's kind of how I look at it. Is if it's a stable company and you're value investing, hold it, unless you're up a crazy percentage. And if you're swing trading it off of technicals, then you know, take profits. That's what I would do, at least. I'm not an investment professional, not liable if you lose, but yeah, that's at least how I look at it. But I appreciate the $5, brother. Thank you, man. Yeah, man, LODE is going absolutely crazy, guys. And this is the one I'm looking at. I wanted a pullback here. We just never got it. But honestly, kind of crazy movement here. I mean, look at these. Oh, it feels good to be home, though, guys. I'll say that. Yeah, yesterday, the reason the stream suddenly died is because I was at my friend Julie and Trong's house, and they had a really nice house, and I'm kind of mad because it's like I tested the room I was in, and the room I was in, like our bedroom, which was upstairs in their house, the guest room that we were sleeping in had like 140 upload speed, which is incredibly good. And I tested it. I did all that stuff. When I got up at 4 or 5 a.m., my wife was like, nah, go in the other room. Go in the other room because, I'm sleeping in here and I don't want them to see me sleeping. And so I was like, all right. And I went into the other room, which did not have good internet. And so I went from a room that had great internet to a room that had terrible internet. And then eventually the internet just cut out on us. Man, LODE, guys, sitting at 930s. Wow. See, I was watching this one way down here at 6, but man, let's look at the catalyst for this. Let's look at the float. It has to be a small float. This is Comstock Mining, so this is a cryptocurrency stock. They announced the right to majority equity stake in lithium-ion battery recycling company Linico Corporation. And so again, they secured major interest in Lithium Corporation. The facility plans 10,000 tons per year of 99.9% pure lithium-ion cathodes for clean energy transition. So this is a mining stock that has another big stake in another battery stock. So we're watching this huge rips. Let me see what the float is looking like for LODE, because it's got to be big. Or it has to be somewhat small. I mean, not big. Yeah, and it is. So it's 25 million. It's not incredibly small. It's not as small as I thought we would see here, just based off of the percentage moves alone. I'm not saying any short float percentage here as well. It's got a market cap of almost 200 million, cash of about 12 mil, debt of about 5 million, revenue of 200K. So it's smaller, and it's certainly one we're watching just based off of the volume. I think a lot of other people are watching this too. Looking at the lifetime chart, yeah, we're over lifetime highs. So, there's not really any historical levels that we can look up at this point. So we got to just pivot to half and whole dollars using confirmation. So we got 8, we got 7, and then we probably got 9 right here. And so we're just going to look at half and whole dollars and as well as this pre-market high at 940s and see what happens here. Again, if you're looking at some other moves, I'm looking at the scans and nothing too crazy is showing up. GRNQ is pushing up a little bit. CBAT is squeezing up. And you can see CBAT. I wonder if it's in a related sector. Okay, so no. So CBAC announced the closing of a $70 million registered direct offering priced at the market under NASDAQ rules. So it was at the market offering, so it didn't drop the price any. That was on the 10th. Let's see how it reacted to that. So that was here. It did drop it a little bit, but it was at the market, and we're up pretty big percentage relative to that. We'll see if we hold at $9 here. GRNQ spiking up a little bit and pulling back some for GRNQ. 16 million in the float for this one. Let's see if we got a catalyst here for this. Green Pro Capital, they entered a subscription agreement to with Innovest Energy Fund to subscribe for $7,206,000 worth of Class B shares is the catalyst for GRG. Again, we can look at ANTE here. I saw this one yesterday. This song goes hard, man. I like this song. I gotta add this one. Alright. SOS pullback. Yeah, we're watching it. Yeah, there's a lot of puns to be had, Rob. I need some help in trading because someone to guide me because I have been losing out lately. I'm gonna tell you this, Susan. And try to listen to what I'm about to say, alright? It's important. I know it might suck to hear, but it's important. Alright? So, a large majority of traders will lose money in trading. A large majority of traders. I would say on average, it's certainly over like the lifetime of their trading, not just in the beginning, but like over the entire, lifetime of their trading. I would say at least 80% of traders lose money the entire time. In the end, trading's extremely difficult, and there's a lot of unrealistic expectations that are marketed to new traders, right? For most people, it's going to take years to win money. it's going to take years to be successful. And so if you're in your first year or two, it's completely normal to lose money. And listen, I think I'm a great resource here for new traders, but in that regard, there's nothing I can really do about that. You know what I mean? Like, it's not, the reason a lot of new traders lose money is not from a lack of, like, knowledge per se. I mean, it kind of is, but it's more so a lack of, like, conditioning. You got to condition yourself through repetition by doing the right things over and over and over again. It's why experience is king in trading, because that's what's going to teach you more than any course or anything else. And so you got to just trade small is my advice to you. If you've been losing a bunch, trade small. You should be scaling down your size, and then you should be getting your reps in so you don't lose your account, so you don't have to keep adding money to it either. You can just trade small. If you lose small, that's okay, because you understand you're just kind of in that learning phase, right? And so if I were you, I would scale down your size. You know, scale down your size. It's not about making money in the beginning. It's about not losing money, to be honest. And that's something that, again, there's a lot of unrealistic expectations floating around in trading, and sometimes when I say this, people get upset, and I understand why. It's because I'm shattering their dreams over here. You know, y'all know, everybody pokes fun like John the Dream Shatterer. Y'all are right. I shatter dreams over here, and it's understandable why, because there's a lot of unrealistic expectations. There's a lot of unrealistic dreams floating around in the trading space. And sure, the people selling courses will say, nah, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Or the people that paid thousands of dollars for courses will say, nah, he doesn't know what he's talking about. In the end, I really do. I've been trading for years, you know, probably longer than a majority of people in this chat. And so that's my advice to you. I hope, you know, like I said, I'm not trying to be mean or anything like that. I'm genuinely just trying to help. So I hope you guys see it for what it is and understand it. Look at UAMY. It's showing up here. Yeah. Yeah. Can't lose money if you never sell. Hey, my man. But no. Man. Hey, shout out to you guys, man. Hey, thoughts on TXMD? I got you, Brian. Thank you, Jimmy, for becoming a member, bro. Shout out to you, man. I appreciate that, Jimmy. Thank you, sir. But yeah, like, I want to be honest with people. Like I said, my goal is to be a resource in community. And so the benefit that you guys have of me not selling courses or services myself is that I could be real and not have any really fear from being real. You know, I could be real. I don't have to worry about you guys not buying my course if I'm real. You know what I mean? And so I can say whatever I want. I can say the truth, right? Which is what I said is the truth. You know, people are going to say, nah, it's not like that. He just hasn't had a real teacher. Man, get out of here. Y'all don't know what y'all are talking about. In the end, most traders are going to lose, and you need to have a reasonable expectation if you want to win, right? And that's why I'm saying it, is because you have to look at it realistically if you actually ever want to make money in trading, and you have to understand the amount of time it's really going to take a large majority of people. And sure, there's outliers. You know, you're going to have people that say, nah, I made such and such amount of money in 3 months, and that's cool, but they're outliers, and everybody thinks they're going to be that 5%. They're probably not, and that's okay, you know. Yeah, so I see UAMY push up. It had an offering yesterday, I believe. I don't see any new catalyst here. Hey, but thank you, Jimmy. Shout out to Brian P. He said TXMD. Yeah, I got you. Thank you, bro. Okay, so there's good things and bad things about TXMD. All right, there's good things and bad things. All right, the good thing is that it's pulling back to support. You know, we got the support level at like 175 here. And so we're pulling back to major support, maybe up here at like 185. It could be either one of these levels, really. They're both kind of major levels. All right, so we're pulling back to support. You know, we'll see what happens in between like really 160 and 180 to see if it bounces anywhere around there. The bad is that it's a pretty big pullback here. I mean, it's pulling back down from 275 all the way down to 185. So it's pulling down basically 30%, which is a pretty big pullback, you know, relative to some of these moves. The other bad thing about this one is that it never really holds its gains for the most part. You can see it spikes and fails and spikes and fails and spikes and fails and spikes and fails. And sometimes the spike up is long You know, it crawls up slowly sometimes, but other times it just spikes and fails. And so I think that it's a pretty safe bet when this one spikes. That I don't know if this one's shortable. Let me see what's going on with TXMD. I wouldn't imagine it is very often. Yeah, so it is shortable. And the short float percentage is 24% right now, at least what I'm showing on my end. And so that's good. You know, when there's a lot of shorters involved, it could potentially squeeze them up. And you know, there might be like a squeeze on the upside, a short squeeze. So we could watch it. It's got some shorts loaded in there. But yeah, it's kind of good and bad for me. For me to day trade it, I need more volume. And it doesn't really have the range for me as a day trader. But like swing trading, that's what I see. I appreciate the $5 though, brother. Thank you, man. Hey, thank you, Will. John is definitely a great resource. Just be careful trading. Yeah, trade small. 100%. That's what you got to do. That's the right move. Trading small is the right move almost 100% of the time. And alright. Do we have scammers in the chat early already? Oh my gosh. Oh wait, I think I'm talking to a bot. I think I'm talking to a bot, guys. I'm talking to a bot. I just gave the rant to a bot. Hey, I guess I guess I deserve that, you know. Yeah, I'm talking to a bot. We're talking to bots over here. Susan's a bot. She's a bot over here. She said, listen, I'm going to put this into perspective. Mary over here is like, hey, Susan, you can trade with my broker. She's got an amazing skill set and has been a professional. Trading with her for 5 years. It's a bot. Don't listen to her. Don't listen to Susan. Don't listen to Mary. They're bots. We've been talking to a bot, guys. I was wondering why they, you know, man, that's how they hit you. They put a... It seemed like a normal comment. But hey, I think the rest of the chat can use it as well. Get banned, Susan and Mary. Y'all are out of here. Wait. Do we have another one? Hey, sorry, I'm over here banning bots, guys. Yeah. She was a bot. Not you, Bobby. Not you, bro. I'm talking about Susan and Mary. Yeah, what they do is they talk to themselves and they try to pump it up and they try to see if somebody's actually dumb enough to WhatsApp them. Never WhatsApp anybody. Listen, I see a bunch of fake me's in the comments section. Yesterday, I looked at my YouTube and I saw another account that made a fake beginner trading account in my comment section telling people to WhatsApp them. And I had to ban this fake me, this bot me, this scammer me out of the comment section. And he was in there, and people would be like, hey, bro, I appreciate your content. Talking to me. They'd be like, hey, dude, I like your content. Great job. You know, thank you for being so open with us about everything. You know, complimenting me on my channel. And then the bot would respond, and the bot would be like, hey, WhatsApp me here. You know that bot's going to be like, hey, I make $5,327. Just send me Bitcoin, is what that bot's going to say. Never go to a WhatsApp. I don't even have a WhatsApp like that, guys. I'm never going to send you a WhatsApp number in the comment section of my videos. I'm usually never even going to send you a link in the comment of my videos. So if you see somebody that looks like me sending links like that in the comments, it's probably a scammer. Probably. You know, confirm with me in the Discord first. And even still, I would ask me live on stream. I'll answer you. Hey, power still comes and goes in my area of the Woodlands. Not in mine. My area of the Woodlands been okay. Like we've had power over the last day and a half. We got power early last night. We weren't home, but we got it early last night. Yeah, LODE though, guys. What do we do with this, team? This is such a crazy move. What do we do with this here? 950 pullback. I mean, we got some support there. Yeah. Yeah, those scammers are getting bad, bro. They're literally getting bad. Because sometimes what I'll do is, like, I'll see the scammers with my name. And then if I check it a day later, the same account on YouTube that's going around in the comments section pretending to be me, it'll have, like, a boiler room trading icon. It'll have, like, a warrior trading icon. You know, it'll fake being all these other YouTubers. So it's just going around seeing if somebody's dumb enough to really believe it. And the reality is, guys, if you're in YouTube, you'll see, like my name will be highlighted. It'll have, like, a highlighted thing next to it where it says beginner trading. That'll be highlighted. It won't be like a regular one. Hey, that nice Brian P. I was the one who you told me to play slots when I asked $100 to 5K. That day I followed some of the info from you and made $500 out of the 100. Hey, nice, brother. Hey, shout out to you, Brian. I appreciate the $5, man. Thank you, brother. Hey, I'm happy for you, bro. I still think the same thing, which is that if somebody's got $100 to invest, you know what I mean? You're not going to turn it into 5K usually. I mean, sure, you might a tiny percentage at the time. But the reason I said slots are better is because I think that your odds of success are going to be better playing slots. Trying to, like, I'll put it this way. If you have to turn it into 5K, like if it's either 5K or nothing, play slots. You know what I mean? That's what I would do at least. I mean, I guess you could turn $100 into 5K trading. It would just take a long, long time. But I appreciate that, bro. Thank you, man. How do you move this chat to the right-hand side so it's smaller? You minimize the screen. Is your scanner updated? Yeah, it should be. It's pre-market, fast, 5 minutes, and pre-market. Yeah, it should be. I mean, it just showed me LX or SLRX showing up. So it should be updated for the most part. CHEK, guys. Look at CHEK. That one's squeezing up too. Oh, man. Hey, look at CHEK. Hey, this one's moving, team. Alright, so CHEK is moving. LODE is going crazy. SOS is still gapping up some. We got PETZ that's falling back down now. CRBP that's, I have to get CRBP out of here. We got like ANTE, UAMY still sitting at 2s. I don't hate this one right now. I'm gonna buy like 100 shares here, see if it holds. Nope. What happened? You are not allowed to short. Oh, I hit sell. I would have to, yeah, I hit sell instead of buy. It's too high now, man. I'm gonna be mad if this one rips out big. I'm gonna be upset. SCKT. We're still watching SCKT just based off of the craziness from yesterday. Let me know how you guys did yesterday. CHEK though. Look at CHEK. And let's look up the numbers here and see if this one has a catalyst right now. Check cap CEO sends a letter to the shareholders. I don't see anything new for CHEK. If you guys know let me know. Hey, there's 230s. Alright, so this one's got about 42 million in the float. 6% short float percentage. Cash of 21 mil, debt of about 400k. Good cash to debt. Market cap of 82 mil, which would be about $2 a share. So this is a little bit older. I guess this would be back here. But oh wait, I'm seeing some news here. Hold on one second. Yeah. Alright, so this is part of the ingestible smart pill market. Alright, so yeah, this is part of the ingestible smart pill market is what I'm showing. I don't see yeah. I don't know what kind of company this is, but check is a company that does bowel cancer screenings. Somebody said, I got in CTRM at 65 cents early for an investment. Now it's in the Reddit storm. Should I sell at these highs or hold? I mean, that's going to be up to you, brother. I really don't know what this one's going to do. I'll tell you this. If I was in this and it was up that much, I would at least take some profits off. My go-to for these type of moves, right, is that when we push up to big highs, it's kind of like I told Will earlier, which is that, like, when it goes up to these levels, for my own style of trading, I'm going to take profits, at least some. What I usually like to do is take a majority of it off at these highs and then leave like a small amount, like 25% maybe, and just in case it continues going up. And that way, if it doesn't continue going up and it consequently falls back down, then, you know, you're not losing much and you can still have a really nice green trade. But if it does continue on the upside, you can still profit and take advantage of that. At least that's how I would look at it for CTRM. But again, not an investment professional, you know, not liable. If you take losses, you got to make your own assessment, trade responsibly. You know, don't sue me. But yeah, CPSH on my watch list for a quick 1-2 swing. Their panels are on the rover. That NASA is trying to land on Mars tomorrow. Already ran up a bunch though for CPSH. Yeah, I don't know anything about this one. Really strong daily chart though, to be honest. Incredibly strong daily chart. I gotta start swing trading some too. I could see how swing trading would be very profitable, to be honest. But yeah, for me it's a little extended up here, but if you already jumped in it doesn't look too bad. I would watch like 25 bucks right here, and then obviously 30. Look at the historical charting. Yeah, we're at lifetime highs. So yeah, I mean, we got a nice little range in between 25 and 30 that we can pay attention to, and then you can see 25 right around here, and I think it's probably going to confirm that too. So yeah, $25 is a nice level. Underneath us, if we want to see some support, we've got like 26.50 right here. It's kind of the high of yesterday, close to it at least, and you can see it actually held that support level right before the close. So not much volume right now, but I would see if that level holds. But I appreciate the $5, brother, for CPSH. Thank you, man. Yeah, nah, the daily chart looks great, Will, to be honest. The daily chart looks really strong for this one. I mean, look at this daily chart. This is what, you know, this is what every trader wants when they get into a swing trade. So I don't hate it, you know, not at all. And then, like I said, we got some support underneath us. So it's like we got this level here that I would watch. But yeah, I appreciate it regardless, bro. PLIN. AQMS, guys. Look at AQMS here. This is Aquamet. See if we can find a catalyst here for AQMS, but look at the squeeze. Big range, This is Aqua Metals, and they are investing $2 million in Linico for a 10% ownership. It's a clean tech lithium battery recycling innovator. Yeah, they're investing in Linico as well. I saw another company do this too earlier. You guys remind me in the chat which one it was, but I saw another company do this. And so, yeah, we're watching it. Certainly good enough volume to watch, I think. LODE, yeah, it was LODE. Was the one that was talking about Linico and ownership stake in that company as well. So, yeah, AQMS and LODE are probably my favorites. Thank you, though. Appreciate the heads up, guys. Hey, thank you, Cyprian. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you, man. Shout out to you for the $5 sticker, man. Thank you, bro. Appreciate the love, dude. Honestly, they added this new sticker thing lately, which is kind of cool. I mean, people can send donations to all that different stuff, but I like it. Thank you, brother. I appreciate the $5, man. Yeah, AQMS, it's certainly what I'm watching here. And looking at some close levels, we have 8. We've got this 830 level. We got this low down here at 760s. We also have the lifetime high up here at 765. So it's going to be right underneath this, right around here. Wow, look at that. Is that 2 levels that I drew at the same spot? It is. Look at that. I drew 2 levels at the same spot. So yeah, this 765 level is a big level. If you look at the daily chart, it's the lifetime high right there. So that's the previous lifetime high. And you can actually see when we pull back to it, I love these type of dip bounces here. So this is how you play off levels. So if you look at the level long term, it makes sense. And yeah, we're watching this range to see if it breaks out of this, obviously, right here. But again, I believe that's lifetime highs. Let me see. Yeah, the lifetime highs are up there at this 830s level. And this was the previous lifetime high at 760. So I like this one for AQMS. We're certainly watching it too. Appreciate it a lot. You're doing great stuff. Sold earlier and got my investment back. Still sitting at about 66% of my shares left. Have a great one. Hey, thank you, brother. Appreciate that, dude. Yeah, a few people talking about SOS here. Here's SOS right now. I want to see it hold at like 15. This one's crypto backed. So crypto mining stock, I believe, for SOS. You know, like I said, we also have AKU. Somebody else asked me earlier. Then we have CNET. So you can see CNET doesn't look bad. You know, this one is moving at least some. It's just a crazy range again. We got $5 underneath this that we got to pay attention to. Oh. Alright, these are the levels I'm watching for CNET. We'll see if it holds at 5 and moves up to like 540s. Like what I like to do is I like to find ranges and then target specific ranges. So let's say I'm buying this pullback here for like CNET. I'm not, but let's say I am buying this pullback and attacking that range, that 40-cent range. And that's the significance of drawing out these levels. That's why I do it at least. UAMY pulling back to $2. We'll see if it actually holds 2. If it holds 2, I might buy a little bit of this. Alright, we just got it with 50 shares. I want to see it hold 2. If it can't hold 2, I'll immediately get out. LKCO. Yeah, I saw LKCO yesterday. It's worth watching, I think, today at least. It's at least worth watching. Ford is a sleeper. I mean, not really. I talked about Ford on my Benzinga show on Sunday. F-O-R-D, not motor company. You're talking about like F-O-R-D, the stock, right? I mean, Ford never really did much, you know. And again, I mean, it's hard for me to say that because that means I was wrong. It's not like I said Ford was going to go up, but it is one I talked about on Sunday. But yeah, it just looks weak to me. It's already back down to the previous gap. If you're talking about FORD, and it's just not a super favorable looking chart for me right now for FORD. All right, come on, push up UAMY. There we go. All right, we're up in UAMY, but yeah, here's the Ford chart. And again, I mean, like I said, this daily chart, or this chart doesn't really look that good. I mean, it gapped up. Okay, look, it looked good at the open yesterday, but after the open, it never rebounded. It just crashed. So it literally got pushed up here, and I think a lot of bag holders are going to be holding it way up here. And so they're going to be, you know, they're going to be refusing to sell, which is pretty normal, I guess. And you see a lot of bag holders are probably holding it here. And then it just never did anything. It never even bounced up to let them take profits off of it. So it's like, you know. Man, we need the spread to open up a little bit. The bid is way too low. This is looking good. Glad I bought this when I did, but... There's sevens. Gonna add the sell the bid thing in here. We just got out a half. Just poking at this one. There's not really too much out. It's such a little trade. I'm not really super worried about it either way. I just want to hold 25 shares and kind of be okay in it, and then see if it rips up breaking highs, and I can hold on to that 25 shares into the opening bell. We'll see if AQMS pulls back to this 830 level, 825, 830 level. That's what I want to see at least. Today seems no crazy pre-market. I mean, we got some good movement here. I mean, the big movers right now, guys, in pre-market are LODE, AQMS, PETZ is pretty crazy. So yeah, I mean, those 3 or 4. I mean, we got UAMY. So yeah, the crazy movers are AQMS, LODE, UAMY, and that's about it. I mean, we got some other stuff like MYT, we got PETZ, we got DOGZ. All of those had a crazy push earlier, and they're slowing down now. We got like PLIN that's moving too, IZEA, you know, and so we got some movement here. Alright, we're just going to hold this. I don't care if it's break even. The reason I took profits at just a small level is because I want to see if this thing breaks highs. And so we're just going to hold this now that we've taken profits and find a safe trade for it. And we'll come back to it. BYFC. TGC showing up. SOS. CLSN, hold my bag or dump it. I really don't know, D. I mean, here's the thing, okay? CLSN, it moved a lot over the last week, but again, yeah, I mean, I mean, yeah, you're bag holding it. But, I mean, here's some positive things about it. All right, 225, $0.25 level, previous high up here on the daily chart. Might add support to it. It might hold, I would look to see if it holds at 225, and if it can't hold that, $2. That's what I would do at least. That's what I would watch for. Again, everybody's a little bit different, but those are just the levels that I see. And I think this is probably a previous closing price too, if we throw this in the mix. Yeah, it's right around there at 227. So I would watch 227, 225, see if it actually can hold above that. But again, on the daily chart, we do have some support coming in right around there. I don't know if it's going to hold, and it might just be a pump and dump and be over. And we do have some resistance above us as well at like 250s. But yeah, it just depends on what your entry is, bro. Yeah, UAMY is not really looking that good. I mean, we're still at $2, and I still don't hate it, and we're still going to hold it, like I said, around break even. But, yeah, I mean, luckily I took profits, and we're safe. We're safe and sound over there at UAMY. But, yeah, AQMS, look at AQMS, guys, ripping up, breaking highs. There's 950. So AQMS is squeezing up, too. And, again, we did bounce at 9. We're at 950s now. Crazy movement here, honestly. This is craziness. Huge percentage move. Again, AQMS and LODE are the two that everybody else is watching. We also have like ANTE, CHEK, and then UAMY, the other one I'm holding. So we got some movement for sure today. Yo. Hey, thank you, Bark. Hey, what's up, TYME? I don't know, man. Hey, good morning, Yusuf. CHEK squeezing up big, guys. Look at CHEK. It's at 230s. We get like a little pullback here. I'll take some of it down to like 220s. We're adding a little bit to it. We're on 25 shares. We'll add another 50 shares in there. We'll see if we pop back up here. We're in with 50 shares, and I don't mind, trading a little bit here. We've got a lot of equity since we didn't trade much yesterday. So we can have fun with it and see if we get some bounces and movement here. But yeah, I just entered a small position on CHEK. Hey, thank you, Eddie. Yeah, if we could predict that, we could buy YouTube for John. Hey, when y'all get there, let me know. I'll take it. What happened to CBAT? I know I saw that one earlier. And CBAT still kind of running here. We are getting an initial spike for check. Still holding UAMY. How do you predict if a stock will rise or drop? I mean, you base it off of historical levels is the easy answer. Probably about to bail out of my UAMY trade. The spread opened up. I mean, not too bad. I guess I could let it sit. We're about break even right now. And we kind of popped right back up here for it. See if I can get out of here. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here, break even, guys. Completely break even for UAMY, and I approached it like I wanted to. I'm happy I did in that case. CHEK, we're still letting this test. I just want to see it bounce right here at the 25 level, which is kind of where we wanted to scale into anyway. And so, like, this one's fine. If you look at 225 right there, we just want to see if it bounces. Again, another one I'm looking at is like CBAT. Here's CBAT. It's pushing up some as well. And then AQMS, obviously. LODE. So those 3 or 4 are crazy movements. Or have crazy movements. Dude. UAMY completely faked me out just now. That one hurts. I gotta start. Honestly, guys, what I think is probably happening is I think a certain amount of traders are... trading off of me. It's either that or I guess it could be bouncing at the VWAP, but I think for some of these trades I got to start taking them off screen to a certain extent. Let me see what the float of UAMY is first. I mean, it's got 60 million. Maybe not. Maybe I just got unlucky there. Maybe we just made the wrong decision for UAMY. We got out break even, but there's the spike up to the 215 level. Hurts a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. Here's UAMY. Pre-market's not really my forte anyway, though. But yeah, hurts a little bit. There's UAMY spiking up right after that. Do I think a crash is coming in 2021? I genuinely don't know. No idea. It could. It might not, though. You know, we'll see. Yeah, I still do futures. Yeah, I've looked at TYME already storied. Let me see. I guess I'll get out here for a $5 loss. Pretty small. Break even on one, small loss on the other one. Keeping pre-market pretty slow. The only ones that I really are interested in trading at the open is LODE and AQMS. Those two are popping up pretty big here. Well, no. What I mean is like, oh no. Okay, listen, guys. What I'm saying is that this chat can certainly influence stocks, 100%. It certainly can. It depends on the stock, though. Can this chat influence GameStop and AMC? Probably not. And it's why when I checked the float of UAMY and realized it was like 40 million, that I was like, nah, never mind. Right? But if we're talking about a stock that has like 1 or 2 million in the float, somebody could certainly mess with me in my trading. It's also one of the reasons that I said it last week. I've been trading off stream a certain extent. Just because I don't want people targeting me. And if you guys think that they wouldn't, y'all are being naive to that as well. And I'm not saying they did. I'm saying if it's a really small float, it's certainly manipulating. It's certainly able to get manipulated for sure. You know what I mean? But if it's a larger float, it's not. Which is why, again, I checked UAMY, saw it was a larger, not a larger float, but not really a float that somebody can mess with me on. So yeah. But yeah, no, I'll put it this way. If it's a small float, it can certainly get manipulated. If it's a larger float, it's going to be more immune to that. you know. And so with that, it is what it is. But people certainly follow me in these trades. We did a thing with Eric and Kyle last week where we asked everybody if they follow me, and like almost everybody did. And that's with me discouraging following me, and with me being called beginner trading as a whole, you know. But yeah, people will certainly follow me regardless. But I think AQMS and LODE are going to be the ones that everybody's watching. They're just making such big percentage moves. Here's a drop for AQMS. Right. That's why so many people watch Ross. Yeah, 100%. John, do you like mining companies? I don't know enough about them, to be honest. I want to see if AQMS bounces at 8. Yeah, unless I see a definite setup and confirmation, pre-market is sketch. And yeah, the reason pre-market is sketch, and the reason that I'm not usually pivoting to, oh, you know, listen, my exit there was probably bad for UAMY. So it's not like, I'll put it this way, I'm not trying to blame anybody for taking a break-even trade, which is what it was. I didn't lose money on a UAMY at all. But what I'm saying is that pre-market is more, the liquidity's lower, and so each individual share matters more, if that makes sense. And so with that, if somebody wanted to mess with me, and maybe I'm being paranoid, and like maybe that's probably the case, you know, just to be honest about it, I could just be being paranoid with it. But at the same time, I think when you go around like I do telling people that people spending and charging obscene amounts of money for courses in the day trading space are doing so when it's publicly available content, and it's kind of ripping people off. And I think when you're very open and honest about that, you're going to have a certain percentage of gurus and students that just want to see me lose, right? They need to justify their expense and justify paying and offering courses. And so you're going to have a certain percentage of people that just hate me with a passion. And like, I guess that's kind of how it goes. But that is, I guess, my fear is that somebody's going to try to mess with my trading, since we are live with almost no delay. You know what I mean? CHEK, on the other hand, I mean, this one ripped under. I'm glad I got out of this one in hindsight. But we had a few small trades, nothing too crazy right now. And again, CBAT's moving. We also have SOS dropping some, but LODE pulled all, or no, was it AQMS? Pulled all the way down to $8. I want to see if it bounces at 8. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I was responding. Like, I saw that guy Jarrett said, this channel does not make a difference in trading charts at all. That's a very naive statement. No offense, Jarrett. It's just a really naive statement, because if you think that if a stock has a 500,000 float, it's going to be easily manipulated, you know, and I'm not trying to manipulate or trade anything. That's why lately I've been trading off stream some. But if you think the chat won't influence all stocks, that's not accurate. If we're talking about Tesla or Apple or AMC or GameStop, really, you know what I mean? Those floats are too large to really manipulate. You know, there's too many shares out there floating around, right? So the floats are too large. But if we're talking about, what was the one from last week that had just a really, really small float? It was like LKCO, or maybe that was yesterday's move, LKCO. But if we're talking about a float less than 2 million, this chat certainly will influence those type of floats, which is, again, what a lot of people are watching Warrior Trading for, because Warrior Trading trades these incredibly small floats. And if he calls out the stock, you know what I mean? Everybody in that room just jumps on it, and it pushes it up and down and up and down. And that's a very obvious, you know, self-evident thing. Yeah, I'd take them off screen. I think people mess with Ross because of it. You know. Beginner trading, can you make a course of collection of YouTube videos and charge me $997 for it? Yeah, trust no one, my friend. I don't. Obviously, if you guys see me, I don't trust anybody, you know? Yeah, I don't know. Pre-market trading's been kind of hit or miss for me. I kind of, to not have FOMO, you see me take really small shares in pre-market, but like for the most part, I'm not messing with it. But honestly, it really is crazy when it's like, hey, a lot of these courses are overpriced and unnecessary and they're publicly available content. All the students just get so upset. You know, and it's like, I get it, man. I get it. You get wrapped up into spending $2K on a course. You know what I mean? You're going to desperately try to justify that course in your head. You know what I mean? You're going to, if I spent that much on a course, I'd be telling myself, it's the best course I ever took. You know, this is the best guy I ever watched. You know? When I get it, but a lot of it's publicly available content, team. It just is. There's not really any secret strategies either. You know, most people, if a strategy is secret, I'll put it this way. If a strategy is secret, somebody's going to take the course and then upload the strategy live for free. You know, so it's like, yeah, I think you're okay. It's not like you're asking for people to manipulate stuff. Yeah, for sure. And that's why, like, if you guys know, I used to put every trade live on stream. And, like, over the last few weeks since we really started getting some volume in this stream, I kind of took, what I usually do now, guys, is I'll enter off stream. And I'll wait, like, 30 seconds to a minute. And then I might show it. You know what I mean? Because that way, people don't know what stock I'm getting into before it's too late. You know what I mean? And that's how I'd prefer to do it. We know you're a spy for the hedgies. Yeah, bro, listen, I'm a hedge fund spy, dude. That's what I do. That's my life. You know, I've got my hedgy fund spy kit, and I'm just trying to spy for the hedge funds. That's me. That's my life. Yeah, folks, if someone has a great strategy that's unique, they're not going to sell it. They're going to trade it 100%. Yeah. Hey, good morning, Daniel. Yeah, LODE. Yeah, we're watching these. I'm still looking at LKCO from yesterday. But again, I mean, I think my issue with a lot of the trading community, guys, is that it's like people spend so much money on unnecessary courses. And like, that's the reality of what it is, right? They spend a lot of money on unnecessary courses to where when somebody like me comes along and says this stuff, that makes them just super angry. And it shouldn't. Listen, if I disagree about whether your course is valuable or not, it shouldn't bother you that much. But because they've spent so much money on courses, it causes this really toxic loyalty to where it's like anytime anybody says something slightly critical, it's like spew hate at them. You know what I mean? Where it's like, I'm over here like, look, I'm not an expert. Like, we're not experts. I'm not claiming to be an expert. I'm not claiming to be the greatest trader ever. I don't want that pressure and that standard to live up to be honest. But I have been trading for years and years, and I've seen the trading community evolve and grow, and like what's good about the trading community and what's bad about the trading community. And what I'm telling you is the bad stuff. Like, that's the reality behind it, which is like a lot of unrealistic expectations, overpriced courses, and toxic loyalty to gurus just because they're spending so much money there. And it hurts to even question. You know, some people have spent so much money that it hurts to even question whether it was the right decision. And so they're never going to look at it objectively. They're never going to look at it realistically. And it is what it is. CLPS, moving up here. It's at the 930s. We're watching that too. But look at CLPS, guys. Let me see if I can find a catalyst for this here. I'll certainly look up the numbers. 4.7 million in the float. So this one's a very small float, team. 5 million or less in the float. Cash of about 13 million. Debt of about 2 million. So way more cash than debt, which is good. Market cap of about 77 million. But yeah, very, very small float. And this is one of the ones that can really run if it starts to get some momentum and volume going in. To go back to what we said earlier, like, this one is certainly more easily influenced. Like, for instance, if we have thousands of people here and I'm like, hey, I'm entering CLPS, it'll probably make this thing move a little bit. You know what I mean? It depends, right? I guess it depends on the time and how many people are in here and how many people like it too. But like small floats like this are more easily influenced, and so you got to be careful with them. But yeah, it's gapping up from 490s to 9s here. We'll see if it holds at $9. I'm looking at the historical chart. A lot of resistance above us. We're sitting at 940s now. So yeah, we certainly got some resistance right around us now. I would look at 10. You can see $10 right here is a pretty big level, confirmed a few times on this chart. So it's approaching $10, and that's where I would watch to see if it holds there, rejects. And then kind of, it's got such a big range, I would kind of pivot to half and whole dollars too. How many people think that he is really here to teach? This man allows us to follow along with him each morning because he loves what he does. If you learn something awesome, I have. Yeah, for sure. I mean, to put it, but like I said, I'll be honest about it. I mean, the reason I stream and do YouTube is because I make money doing so. You know what I mean? And I promise you, every other YouTuber, for the most part, maybe you're going to have outliers that are like non-profits or whatever, but a large majority of other YouTube channels are doing so for the exact same reason. Would I stream live every day, which is incredibly stressful, if I didn't make money doing so? No, probably not. And nobody else would either. You know what I mean? Like, I'm in this to make money. That's what people make YouTubes for, is to make money. And it should be pretty obvious and understandable. Like, it's not like it's a bad thing. Everything here is still free, you know, but I also, you know, make money doing so. And that should be, like I said, it should be obvious and pretty understandable, I think. John, what's your thoughts? I went to the casino last night, won $1,223 on a $2.40 bet. Feel like AMP coin would be good buy today. Never heard of AMP coin. Ask my brother Joel. Joel, what do you think of AMP, dude? I don't know anything about crypto. I know a little bit more after I had a meeting with Joel last week. But again, I don't know much about crypto. I'm investing in a few coins, or not even investing per se, but like I'm trading a few coins just from mostly shout outs in the chat, just for me kind of experimenting with crypto. And I made almost 100%, shockingly enough, in the crypto market, almost accidentally. But as for like the specific coins, no idea, bro. No idea, brother. I'm not the right guy to ask it. I'd rather be honest with you about that, so you don't make a decision based off of the wrong information. You know, good luck. Hey, happy you hit a big win though. Congrats, brother. 4 a.m. market open. The stock guru choice, the stock guru course is much less expensive. Do you use keyboards with hotkeys? No. This is a good stream, also a good chat, to be honest. Good to see. Not inundated with rocket emojis. Yeah, he's a spy for the hedgies. Yeah, I'm a hedge fund spy, guys. Hey man, I don't care what stocks you trade. I love this stream because at market open you call one which moves, holds, drops, or continues to rip. Please continue to do this, buddy. Because of you, I had a good week. Hey, happy to help, Mark. Glad to see you know, making money. I mean, most people who teach courses make their money telling you how to trade. If they could really make money, they would not waste their time teaching. Not necessarily, guys. I mean, here's the reality, right? In business, the more income streams, the better. There's nothing wrong with selling a course. Like, I'm not against selling a course. What I'm against is putting out unrealistic expectations, acting like you can get rich quick, and then selling a course that is extremely expensive on overpriced, you know, publicly available content is what I'm that's what I'm against, really. I'm not against courses per se. I mean, to put it bluntly, trading as a whole will always be somewhat unstable, and the smart people are going to diversify their income. You know, even if you're the best trader in the world, it's always going to be somewhat unstable. And so there's nothing necessarily wrong with selling a course. I mean, that's what the smart people do. You know, they diversify their income. You know, even if you're the best trader, you know, selling a course isn't bad if you put the time in and you're not ripping people off with it. You know what I mean? Which I think is certainly an outlier when you consider all the other courses. But yeah, I'm not against courses. I'm against like a 15-year-old with braces trying to tell me he's made $5 million in the stock market with a paper account. You know what I mean? That's what I'm against. And listen, I've been trading for years. I've run this YouTube channel for years. I've seen it all. I've done some good things and bad things in the trading space, and I think most YouTubers in the trading space have. But the reality is, like, eventually you take a step back and you look at it and you understand kind of what new traders need to hear, which is that be self-sufficient, get some screen time in, and trade small. You know what I mean? You're probably not going to get rich quick. Just trade small. Get some screen time in. CLPS is still running up and ripping here. My man Howard, he said, sharing the SCKT love. Thanks, John. Where did you find the float and short float data? In Benzinga is what I'm using for most of that information. But I appreciate the love, Howard. Thank you, brother. Shout out to you, man. I do a little bit of both, Emil. I'll look at the catalysts, but I'll also look at technical levels. But yeah, I appreciate the support, guys. Yeah. Hey, nice Liana. Took profits from NNDM. Looking to get back in after the bell if things are in my favor. Morning, John. Hey, listen, Liana, I'm going to give you a heads up. Like, because I see you commenting on some of my videos, all right? We got a fake me running around. Like, there's literally a fake scammer me, and he's trying to send people to, like, a WhatsApp. I'm never going to send you guys any WhatsApp link. All right, everybody in the comment section, if you comment on my videos, I'm never going to send you a link. I'm never going to try to take you off of YouTube, right? I'm never going to post the link. I might on a very rare occasion, but you want to confirm with me beforehand. You'll see a highlighted beginner trading next to my name, but there's somebody running around faking people. They're faking YouTubers, and they're trying to get them to go to WhatsApp, probably so they can send them Bitcoin or something, you know, dumb like that. Hey, thank you for the $2, Badman. Most people don't know 2 Chainz was a stock guru before he started sipping syrup and rapping. Hey, I like some 2 Chainz. I can get down with some 2 Chainz. What's your thought on MICT? It looks like I missed a really good day yesterday. I'm kind of bummed out about it. I mean, gap down, run up yesterday. You know, so we did run up yesterday. It looks to be a larger float stock. I'm not 100% sure. Let me check real quick. Not really. I mean, it's got 35 mil in the float, debt of 1 million, cash of 18 million. So, yeah, we're watching it. But I got to look at a daily chart. It had a green day yesterday. The daily chart on this one's interesting. We're sitting at 240s now. Okay, so I think 240 is going to be a support level. I mean, right around 235 to 240. You know, right around here, I think, you know, you can see we have some confirmation at that level. If we extend it to the left here, you know, we get even more confirmation at around 240s. So I would pay attention to that. 240s. See if it holds that level. We do have some resistance above us at like $3. But we do have some room up to 3. So, you know, aside from these levels, the biggest level above us, in my opinion, is going to be this previous closing price. It's sitting right around 260, 258. And so if it breaks over that, it's technically green on the day. But yeah, that's what I see for MICT. Lower volume, though, it's not really something I would day trade right now. But if we get volume at the open, it doesn't look terrible. But for me, I need more volume and movement. But if we can hold at 240, it doesn't look bad to see if it continues on its kind of move up that it's been making. And I appreciate the $2, brother. Thank you, man. markets are evolving. Pre-market can be very profitable. Yeah, it probably, you know, there's probably a lot of strategies that you can make money with in pre. I'm new. I put $50 on here. Make me a quick 20 bucks. I mean, I don't know if I can. You know, I'm not. You know, you gotta find your own trades, brother. You gotta find your own trades, man. I don't want people to copy me, and I don't want people. I'm never gonna tell you buy this stock or sell this stock. Like, I'm never gonna say that. But I appreciate the support regardless. Yeah, Jason. Wasn't me, bro. Wasn't me, man. Yeah, I don't hate that no back. We can watch S&D, yo. Yeah. Yeah, I know the drill. Thanks. These scams will never give me. Yeah, for sure. Like I said, I'm never going to send anybody anywhere. You know what I mean? Like, I'm never going to try to take people off of YouTube and send them somewhere else. So if you got somebody that looks like my channel trying to tell you to go to a WhatsApp and send them some Bitcoin, it ain't me. You know, don't do it. But yeah, CNET. We're watching CNET as well. CLPS. Yeah, I looked at CLPS already. It had a crazy squeeze up. But whoa. It's up even more now. Let me see if I can find the news here. CLPS has got a float of less than 5 million. So, like I said, these, again, I mean, these tiny floats here, these are the ones that can really squeeze and make moves. Hey, thank you, Carlos. Shout out to you, brother. I appreciate the support. Thank you, bro. But yeah, CLPS is still ripping. Very small float. This is the smallest float I've seen today, I believe. Unless AQMS has a smaller float. No. So yeah, this is the smallest float I've seen today. And so it's got a lot of crazy big potential. Now, it's already up a huge amount. It's up, you know, like 100 and something %. So a pretty big push here for CLPS. I'm trying to see if it's at lifetime highs. It's not. So, alright, so we do have this $12 level that might be some support here. We're closer to 13 though. We're at 1280s. Let's look back. We got 1250 that looks to be holding, and we might have some resistance at 13s. And so yeah, you can see this $12 level is holding. I think when we have a range like this, we kind of got to just pivot to the half and whole dollars in the pre-market chart as well to look at levels. But yeah, CLPS, crazy big rip. GLG trying to gap up. We still have AKU here falling back down some. I'm still watching CNET and like CBAT. What about SOS? Yeah, we're watching SOS. I believe SOS is a mining company, so it's going to be influenced by cryptos. So yeah, I mean, mining company, big crazy moves over the last few days though. You know what I mean? So SOS has been having a big run over the last 3 or 4 days. And it's gone up huge percentages. I mean, this one's up, you know, a few 100%, it looks like, and just making a big rip. So we could watch SOS. It's certainly one that I'm going to be paying attention to today. But as it gets higher and higher, it's getting a little bit too expensive for me. And I have the equity to trade today since I didn't trade that much yesterday because of the internet. And, you know, like I said, here in Texas, we have a blizzard going on right now. But yeah, I'm also looking at CNET here. CNET's over 5. I want to see if it holds. But I appreciate the $2, Carlos. Thank you, brother. Again, daily chart. I mean, all right, we're at 14s now. So look at, like, this is the level I'm kind of pivoting to, is right here at 15. If we look at that, yeah, 15 is going to be a big level right here. So we also have this level from pre-market, 14. Again, when we have a huge range like this, we have to kind of pivot to half and whole dollars a bunch, and that's kind of what you see me doing here. We also have stuff like MYT pushing up. It's in at 580s. Yeah, I mostly use Benzinga Archer, but I'll also sometimes use like TOS. But TOS has Benzinga news built into it, so you know I use a few different platforms to get everything, but mostly use Benzinga. John, how is Carlos sending you cash? He's donating. If you look at the chat and you look at the money sign underneath the chat, he's sending it that way. The 750 pullback is going to get bought up at the open and spike at the open. For which one, Joel? Which stock, man? CLPS, maybe? Nah, it can't be CLPS. It's just too big of a range at this point, I think. CHNR is moving up a little bit, too. Oh, LODE? Yeah. Yeah, 750 did get bought up there. SNDL. Yeah, I mean, SNDL, if it gets cheap enough, maybe I'll buy up a few shares. But again, it's not going to be a crazy big investment or anything like that. Whew, guys, it is cold. What about AQMS? Maybe we'll have like a crossover play for this one. All right, here's CLPS, guys. I mean, it's pulling back down underneath the VWAP, but I think this is a big thing to watch. Okay, so what I would look for is a push up to 12 and then a pullback to like this VWAP level. So a push up to 12 and a pullback. If it does that, I might buy a little bit. It's gonna have to be very small. And if it doesn't fight its way back over the VWAP, I don't know. Hey, thank you, Mike. I appreciate the support, brother. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Shout out to you, man. Thank you for the support, man. You figured it out, though, so, hey. Thank you, brother. Did you know SEN? Yeah, I didn't look at SENS, I don't think, yet. Hey, thank you, Ricky. Glad you got electric and heat. Yeah, for sure. It's still cold, but, hey, we're feeling better. Options are totally speculative, more gambling mentality. I suggest avoid it. Yeah, with options, I mean, listen, there's pros and cons. With options, you just have to approach it, like, in poker terms, from a bankrolls perspective, right? So, like, in options, the benefits of options, at least buying options, are that you know exactly what you're risking in the trade. And it's very simple. You're risking what you spent on that option, right? That's your risk. You know, that if that stock doesn't go your direction, you're going to lose what you invested in that option. Now, if it does, great. But that's what you're risking per trade. And so when you trade options, you have to approach it as a risk-reward perspective, not from a... you have to look at it and say, okay, every options contract you buy, you have to be 100% okay with losing all of it. Because that is, you know, a decent chance you will. right? And so you only buy option contracts on money that you're okay with losing, and you try to trade enough option contracts to where, you know, you're winning some, you're losing some, kind of back and forth. But again, what you have to understand is that only buy an option if you're okay with losing everything you spent on that option, because you probably will. Now, that's how you approach options, and if you approach it like that and you manage your bankroll accordingly like that, then you're fine and you can trade options. But again, you got to approach it like that. It's not one of those things where you're going to get to take profits and take some off, and you can in options still. But again, the benefits of options are that you know exactly what you're risking. Your risk is very self-evident. You know, the negatives of options are that you're losing. You're going to lose what you put in for the most part. And if you're selling options, which you'll have a higher accuracy rate, but an unlimited amount of risk potentially, especially if you're selling call options, because stocks can go up an infinite amount. And so selling options seems like a good idea, but it's actually incredibly risky, and that's why most platforms aren't going to let you do it. But buying options, you know, it has their pros and cons to it. JUPW is spiking up, guys. Look at JUPW. So JUPW spiked over 10. It's pulling back to 10 now. We'll see if this one has a catalyst. Alright, so there's a big pullback to like 925 here for JUPW. I see Jupiter Wellness, and they announced a CBD aspartame combination treatment, which, quote, cleared or reduced eczema following 2 weeks of use in half of the subjects in the JW100 arm of the randomized placebo-controlled study. I have eczema sometimes. I have like eczema or dry skin, you know, sometimes. And so maybe I should try. I mean, isn't aspartame like bad for you? Isn't that like isn't that what they put in like Diet Coke? As like an artificial sweetener? So an artificial sweetener in CBD. I'm gonna be grabbing the Splenda, mixing it with some gummy bears, and put it on my face, see if it works. You know, fix my eczema without needing JUPW. But yeah, that's the catalyst that just came out, guys. It cleared or reduced the eczema following 2 weeks of use in half of the subjects in the randomized placebo-controlled study for JUPW. Looking at these numbers, less than 4 million in the float for JUPW, so an incredibly small float for this one as well. Very easily moved here, so y'all be careful with it with JUPW. Again, very small float, less than 4 million. And y'all gotta be careful. We'll see if it bounces at the VWAP. We got a few levels above us here as well. But yeah, we're watching these. Hey, good morning, Trader T. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I got it, Mike. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, dude. But yeah, I got it, man. Yeah. JUPW is one that is easily influenced, which is what I'm trying to say. Like I said, the guy was like super not insulting, but he was kind of like rude about it, and like kind of pretty, I don't know the word, right? But he was very, I guess I could say cocky, because it's not like a curse word. He was very cocky about it, but it's like, yeah, I mean, certain stocks, the chat is going to be able to influence, and I don't want to. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to influence the trade that I'm about to get in. And so in some of these trades, like if I take one on JUPW or if I take one on CLPS, I'm probably going to take it off screen. Because again, if I say, hey, I'm buying this stock, and everybody's like, oh, I want to copy John, and they pile into it, it's going to influence that stock, and that's not what I want. And so there's certain stocks that are certainly going to be able to be influenced, especially with over 1,000 people here. And I have to make the responsible decision and not pumping those up like everybody else. Yeah, a little condescending is probably the word, Rob Roy. Yeah, I heard artificial sweeteners cause cancer, but it could be a wives' tale. Yeah, for sure. To be honest, Alay, I'm not the right person. Please help me with an analysis of PFE and F, and if an iron butterfly is the right idea to trade it. Thanks, bro. Appreciate your content. Good luck to you and all the traders. Cheers. Hey, I appreciate the support, LA. But again, I'm going to be honest with you and say I genuinely don't know about that. I don't even know what an iron butterfly is, to be honest. No idea what an iron butterfly is. And if I don't know what it is, I'm certainly not going to try to give advice on it. So, yeah, I appreciate the support, brother, but I genuinely don't know, man. Hope you understand. I don't want to tell you guys the wrong thing. But, yeah, we're watching a bunch of good stuff here. A lot of skin issues are caused by liver issues. See, I've been checked for everything, though. Like, when I had those stomach issues, they checked my liver, my kidneys, they did a brain MRI, they did an endoscopy, you know what I mean? And in the end, it turns out, I'm pretty sure I'm just allergic to coconuts. You know, I went to my friend, or our family friend Julie and Trung's house yesterday. That's where I actually streamed, and they're Vietnamese, and so they cook some great food, but there's a lot of coconut that's used in like the pho and all the food that they cook. And which I didn't know about, and so I ate their good food because they made it for us, and I didn't want to be rude, and it was good, to be honest. Great. Their cake that they make, it's like coconut jello cake, so good. But when I woke up the next morning, my stomach was bothering me a little bit, and so I'm pretty sure I'm just allergic to coconuts. And if I avoid coconuts, I don't get sick. But yeah, we're watching CLPS here. It's pulling back to the VWAP. I want to see if it actually holds here. Yeah. Probably didn't find a brain. Yeah. You know, I'm brainless over here. You know, I'm just streaming my impulses, you know. Yeah, no worries. Hey, I appreciate the support, guys. Hey, man, thank you for this live. Hey. My man Khaki saying this dude's a blank. Hey, have fun buying your courses, bro. Do your thing, man. Yo, like I said, I think of half the people that I've had people that reach out to me and they're like, hey, bro, I'm sorry. This is what they say. They say, hey, man, I'm sorry. You were right. I actually respect what you do in the YouTube community, and I was just emotional. I've had a lot of people reach out to me telling me that. And so in the end, they might be mad now. In the end, the truth hurts. You know what I mean? It hurts to hear it. And so sometimes people are going to take it out on me just for being honest about specific things, and that's all right. You know, it is what it is. I get it. Real sugar causes cancer. You're probably better off using fake sugar. You're really best off using no sweetness. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no worries, delay. Leo's a great one. Nah, I don't know if I'm the right guy. The Iron Butterfly strategy is a member of a group of option strategies known as wing spreads because each strategy is named after a flying creature like a butterfly or condor. Interesting. Yeah. My guy said pho and not faux. Props. Yeah, hey, you know how it is. I used to say faux for a long time, but it's not faux, it's pho. You know. But it's great, yeah, it's super good. Hey man, new here. Do you trade as a full-time job? No. Do I live solely off of my trading profits? No. We're just a resource for traders in like a community of traders. Yeah, I'm not claiming to be an expert or even some super great trader. We're just a resource in kind of a community. Yeah. Yeah, everything is on the internet. Courses are a scam. I mean, I'm not going to say courses are a scam, but we are on the internet. I'm not saying you can Google and find some of these courses that they're charging thousands of dollars for free on the internet. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you should do that even, you know? What I am saying is that we're on the internet, you know? That's all I'm saying, you know? Don't judge me. But yeah, CLPS, I want to see if it holds a 10. Yeah. Yeah, we're good. Some people just try to genuinely give you a hard time in a playful way. It just doesn't come across that way in chat. Yeah, context is hard to read in chat and understand. We're good most of the time. Like, I think if you're on YouTube, you're gonna, like, after a certain point, you get defensive. You know what I mean? I think it's pretty normal. I think most YouTubers are this way. I know Eric is the same way. And so, it is what it is. It happens. You know, I appreciate the support regardless, though. Hey, thank you, Holistic. I appreciate it. I appreciate your honesty. Most people on here will be like, buy my course and you'll be rich. Yeah, it's crazy. It's funny when, like, the scammers are like, what are you driving? It's like, bro, get out of here, dude. Like, I'm driving a Toyota. You know what I mean? Like, but half of the time, the gurus are just renting the luxury cars. And if they do own luxury cars, it's from their course's money. You know what I mean? So... but that's their go-to, you know, is how much money does this guy make? It's like, all right, you know. Yeah, for sure. These haters should be mad at the dude that sold them the course. Yeah, but they never are, bro, because again, like I said, I'll put it this way. If I'm a new trader, right, and I get wrapped up into spending like 2 G's on a course, right? I'm gonna desperately try to justify that expense in my head. I'm gonna say, nah, he's really the greatest. You know, he's the greatest ever. He's so humble and great. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I would tell myself. You know, I'd be like, nah, he's not a scam. I mean, he charged me $2,000 on publicly available content, but nah, he's not a scam. He's the greatest. And anybody that says anything critical of him, they're just mad that they're not making money like he is. You know what I mean? Like, that's probably the lie I would tell myself, you know? But in the end, it is what it is, and people will justify anything in their head if they can, you know? ARTL? Yeah, I'm still looking at CLPS. I want to see if it bounces at 10. ARTL is moving up. It looks good. I didn't catch this one on the pop. I should have listened to the chat here yelling at me. Artello Biosciences, they highlighted preclinical data associated with a proprietary CBD co-crystal showing, quote, potential pharmacodynamic interactions of co-administration of cannabidol, which is CBD, and tetramethylprezine, TMP, and cell-based models of cancer. So yeah, basically they're saying their proprietary CBD blend is good for cancer. And they had some studies that came out. Now, we got this high right here at 290s. It's really $3. So we're going to see if it bounces at the VWAP and at this level. I don't hate it for ARTL. Looking into the actual numbers here. Under 15 million float. Short float of about 12 or 13%. So it does have some shorts in there that could potentially get squeezed up. Cash of about 7.5 million. No debt is what it shows here. I don't know if that's right. But small float, some short float percentage. Decent amount of cash, no debt. I like these numbers for ARTL, but we still got to be careful. Again, I don't know if there's offerings on the table. I have to look a little bit further, but we still got to watch it. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with people selling a course, 100%, right? But if you're selling a course on publicly available content, you know what I mean, that you can find on YouTube for free, then, you know what I mean, I think it's the wrong move for most traders. Now, buy a course if you want to. I'm not mad. I don't think everybody selling courses is bad. Like I said, I just think that there's a lot of unrealistic expectations and toxic loyalty floating around in trading, and I think most traders will agree to that, unless you're one of the people that are toxically loyal. in the end, you got to do what's best for yourself. And when you get that loyal with the guru, it's just, the guru's looking for your money, and you're loyal to them. It's just, it's a difficult dynamic, to be nice about it. ARTL did bounce at 3. There's 3 10s. And yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe courses have great content. That's possible too, I guess. But just like you could agree with courses, I could also disagree with courses too, and there shouldn't be anything wrong with that either. Again, I think most trading content is publicly available. But yeah, here's $3 for ARTL. We're going to see if it bounces there. Yeah, for sure. How dare you? This is an 81 Honda. Yeah. Employee of the month. I watched that movie the other day. It's on Netflix. I believe it's on Netflix. It might be on Amazon, but great movie. Yeah, we had somebody in here quote Half-Baked earlier. Where are you from? By the beach, But yeah, we'll see if it bounces here at $3 for ARTO. Yeah, options aren't really gambling per se. I mean, it just depends. If you know what you're doing, that's fine. You know what I mean? YI? Yeah. I mean, YI, sideways, no volume, slow for me. Big range for the most part, big percentage range. And not a bad daily chart. It's just had this huge, crazy rip all the way up to almost 50. And now it's back. It's down like 50% at this point in time. So I think this bounce is going to, I think it's going to happen a lot. But again, the volume's low. I don't hate it, though. It's not extended on the upside necessarily. And so, for me, I would look at like previous highs, maybe $25 to see if it holds and then makes another push. Isn't everything gambling? Kinda. Life is a gamble. It's the cliched saying. But yeah, ARTL. Not the hero they wanted, but indeed the hero we need. Hey, I try over here, Good day, sir. Yeah. All it is just paying for convenience. Yeah, for sure. New and tempted to buy a course to avoid learning the wrong content, have been watching you, but have lots of dumb questions. I mean, listen, do your thing and buy you a course if you feel like you need to. But again, understand that you paying for that course is not going to... so, a lot of what happens is people get emotional, right? So, you got a guru, they flash Lamborghinis and cars, and they say, look at my lifestyle. I afforded all of this from just trading, right? And you don't know if they really did, but like they're like, look at my lifestyle. I bought all this stuff from just trading. Don't you want to be like me? And so then the person, the consumer watching it says, yeah, I want to be like that guy. I want a car like that. And he's telling me all I need to do is buy his course to do so, right? That's how it happens. They try to get you to make an emotional decision based off of that. And I'm not saying all courses are bad, but you got to be careful. There goes ARTL squeezing up, looking strong here. It did bounce at 3, where we talked about. I'm not really trading in pre-market right now. I'm going to wait until the opening bell to trade. But ARTL squeezing up pretty big here. Looks good. Yeah, I've looked at SOS a bunch, Berlin. So yeah, we're looking at SOS. Again, SOS is crypto related, I think. If I'm wrong about that, let me know. But I believe this is a mining stock, right? Looking at 14 is what I'm looking at. $14. I want to see if it holds there. But at this point in time, we're actually underneath the VWAP. So for me to want to trade it or get involved, I want to see it push over the VWAP and then hold that level as support. Which who knows if it will or not. ONTX is spiking up a little bit. LODE is back over the VWAP. We'll see if it actually holds at like 850. So I want to see if it holds there at 850. ARTL squeezing up big here. I'm really tempted to buy this thing if it pulls back to like 315, to be honest. I'll be really tempted to buy it. I don't know if I will, but I'll be tempted to. And then I think we got to watch like 330s. Yeah. Yeah, the gurus are losing customers due to you. They're angry like crooks who get caught by Scooby and the gang. Yeah, for sure. And that's exactly what it is, right? And so that's why I was talking about taking some trades off stream earlier, because some of them have the buying power to really mess with me too. And I'm not going to blame losses on that. I don't think the one I was in was really able to have that happen, but I'm certainly paranoid about that, being like I am now, John, some people need a teacher to learn ABC. You may be smart to learn on your own, but many people need someone to tell them how to find the buy sell button. Yeah, for sure. And if they do, go for it, man. I'm not mad at them for that. That's understandable. You know what I mean? I'm not against all courses. What I'm against is flashing huge profits and Lamborghinis and mansions, trying to get people to make an emotional decision on a course that's on publicly available content. There's a lot of free courses out there, And with that said, though, like you said, somebody needs a teacher. A lot of the time, the gurus aren't even teachers. Like, they're sending you a pre-recorded course that thousands of other people have gotten. You know what I mean? They're not actually sitting there saying, hey, do this, do that. Like, they're over there just selling you a pre-recorded course. You know what I mean? Like, there's a difference. And if for the ones that actually are taking the time and maybe doing live classes and answering questions, that's fine and understandable. Here's 315. I talked about this 315 pullback, guys. Look, here it is. And where did we bounce off of? We pulled exactly down to 315. I should have taken my own advice, but it is what it is. We'll wait until the opening bell and trade some more. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely agree. The best course you can get on day trading is experience, no substitute. 100%. People are going to have way better results learning to trade by trading small, lowering their share size substantially, and just getting their reps into the market. That's going to teach them how to trade the best, in my opinion. Oh, so SOS is not a mining company. Hey, thank you, BJ. I appreciate the support, brother. Alright, question. I'm up 900+% in Tesla. Shall I sell half or keep it all for the next couple years? I genuinely don't know, Cam. What you should do in that situation is going to depend on a lot of different nuances, and it depends on your risk tolerance, how much money you have, how much you're okay with losing. It depends on a lot of different things. JUPW is still pulling back some. I'm still looking at ARTL here. And again, 315. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do with it. Again, I don't want to push too hard in pre-market just based off of the trading I did earlier. Just not super favorable for me right now in pre-market. So I'd rather wait. But I am curious about this 315 level. And especially after it had this wick down and then actually climbed back above 315. I like that price action. So we'll see. Yes, Brandon. Yeah, I watch 1 minute candles mostly at the opening. There are a lot of people who need someone to look to, even if that person is not there for them, but they believe they are. So it's almost like false confidence. We are obviously self-taught people in here. Yeah, for sure. Both your scanners past 5 minutes. Oh, my bad, guys. Here, I wanted to switch this to session. My bad. That's my fault. There we go. These are the biggest rips right now. PETZ was another one I was watching. CNET, watching this one earlier. JUPW. Honestly, it's kind of a crazy day. Like, we got a lot of stuff. So, like, right now, LODE is the one that kind of sparked everybody's attention. AQMS initially did as well. Then we got, like, CLPS, PETZ. We've got, like, PLIN. That doesn't look bad either. JUPW. Initially pushed up. Recently, we have ARTL. We've got SOS. We've got CBAT. We got a lot of stuff, to be honest. There's a lot of movement. The most recent push we had is NEPT here. NEPT broke over $2. It's sitting at 216 now. We'll see if it holds. You were on Thinkorswim, so you won't be able to buy PETZ. Really? It's restricted? SOS is a mining company. They have 15,000 rigs on the way. 5 already delivered, more currently. Yeah, we can watch it. Hey, thank you, Xander. Bid equals the price buyers are willing to pay. Yeah, bid is the price buyers are bidding on. The ask is the price sellers are asking. That's the way you remember it. ARTL announced positive preclinical data associated with proprietary CBD thing. Yeah, we watched that. We saw that. NEPT, I'm looking at it. NEPT has a float of 113 million, so it's not incredibly small or anything. CREX is moving a little bit. CLPS trying. VSTM trying. Look at that. EBON doesn't look that bad. I didn't see this one earlier, but EBON's not terrible. Look at that. It's sitting at 10s. Yeah, SCKT is up. Yeah, I'm using TOS for my software. I'm using Thinkorswim. How can I find these before they run up? Peter, I mean, we've got a class, or like a free class on that if you want. I'll find it. Yeah, for the person asking how to find some of these stocks before they run, there's some ways you can and some ways you can't. The easiest way to find some of these stocks before they make big moves is just targeting sympathy plays. So you look for a big squeeze up in a specific stock, you identify the sector that stock is in, and then you look for other underrepresented stocks within that sector and try to take advantage of those before they are found out and run up from that consequent sympathy. Yeah, here's the class if anybody wants it. It's a free class we did. No, I think somebody said it's not TOS that's restricted. I think they said PETZ is restricted on TOS, which maybe unlike this and let me try. I can buy one share to see if it lets me. Yeah, so they've restricted it to only broker buys, so PETZ is probably not going to do much. All right, I'm not saying it's not going to do much. I'm sorry. I'm saying we're not going to be able to do much on Thinkorswim, is what I mean. DOGZ sitting down there. Look at that. LODE is back up, guys. LODE is up to 9, so you can see it fought its way back. It's back up there. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate the support. What's your thoughts on trading futures, mainly scalping? I mean, I do that. I trade futures sometimes. You know, so like we trade futures a decent amount. I'll probably trade it today too. You know what I mean? And with that said, guys, listen, y'all want to help support us, go check out Webull. If you open up an account for Webull, you get a free stock. If you deposit $100, you get another free stock. There's free paper trading, 0 commission. It's going to be a good platform for a lot of new traders to sign up to. And if you want 2 free stocks, I'll post this link. And again, I get a free stock, so I am going to be biased in their favor. But again, free paper trading, free stocks, and then you get to spin the wheel if you do certain things like share it and all that good stuff. So again, you want to check out Webull, I'll post it right here. Help support your boy here, get some free stocks and free paper trading on Webull. Yeah, sorry about the person saying stop the music, please. I think a large majority of people like the music here, unfortunately, for you. And so, yeah, we're going to keep the music just because everybody likes it. Here's Webull, though. The lines are drawn by me. These are just self-drawn lines. You can also check the description. If you can't find the Webull link in the chat, you can also check the description for it. It'll be there. But yeah, LODE, guys, is up to 930s here. We'll see what happens at 950. Yeah, sorry, Sky. In this case, brother, most people are gonna like the music, bro. Sorry, man. Yeah, always one kid talking about turn off the music. Yeah. SE and S. Yeah, we can watch it. I'm still looking at LODE though, guys. This one's going crazy. SE and S, I mean, it's moving up some. It's a higher float. Smaller range, and it's been moving a lot the last few days. So we'll watch it, but I'm certainly more interested right now in like LODE. GSAT, guys, look at GSAT. Global Star announced the strategic alliance with XCOM Labs. So yeah, they formed a global strategic alliance with XCOM Labs where they'll jointly seek to commercialize XCOM's capacity multiplying tech. So yeah, a deal for GSAT here. We'll watch it. CLPS is fighting his way back up too here, guys. Look at CLPS. It's back up to 12 here. So again, CLPS and LODE making pretty big moves right now. I don't hate this $9 pullback. I think we might bounce really quickly right here at $9 for LODE. It's just too big of a range for me to want to attack in pre-market right now, to be honest. But we're still watching it, and we'll see what happens. Have you ever noticed how untrustworthy folk have a certain look about them, even the tone of their speech? I mean, I don't know. I don't think so. I think some people that are scamming other people are gonna seem incredibly trustworthy and seem like good, charismatic people, but that's how they take advantage of people in that light. So not necessarily. Your music sounds like a late night cool club. Hey, thank you. Good vibes. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm watching it. Like I said, I thought we might bounce at $9, and there's a little bit of a bounce. SOS, yeah, SOS is pushing up, about to hit 15. So we're watching that too. Honestly, I'm just glad to be home. You know. Low-key wish you had ignored that comment. Which one? Yeah, we are not financial advisors. Link for the music. SHIP doesn't go so good. I mean, everything looks great. The news, the line, please. Yeah, I can check it out. All right, so we did get the bounce at $9, up to $9.50 for LODE, so I was right about that. Somebody's asking me to look at SHIP. I think the shipping stocks as a whole, like SHIP, TOPS, they had a big run over the last few weeks, but I think they're all pulling back some now, and so it's not really the technicals per se of this stock specifically. It's more so the entire shipping sector as a whole influencing each other and having sympathy from each other's moves. So that's the only thing with this. You know, we're currently at 170, so we're sitting right around here. I would watch the range between 150 and 175. But again, we got some resistance above us at $2. So I think $2 is going to be a big resistance. But again, when you look at this, technicals are less significant and less relevant in my opinion. I think what you really got to pay attention to is what the shipping sector as a whole and what the shipping stocks as a whole are doing, instead of just looking at the technicals for like SHIP. VISL sitting at 470s. No, I'm not in any trades. I'm in a spot where I want to sell it, take a loss, and buy another stock. Hey, it happens. I mean, I don't know. It depends on your trading, brother. Ship made an offering at the market at 170. Funny how it's at 170. Yeah, I mean, Synergy Maritime Prices registered direct offering of 44 million shares. Oh, well, this is just an offering for SHIP then. That's what happened. I mean, it might rebound from it, but it's an at the market offering, so at a price per share of 170. Yeah, I mean, they probably wanted to see if it was going to continue, but after this pullback, the company at least wants to make some money from SHIP. You know what I mean? So, like, when you get big run-ups like this, if they have offerings on the table, obviously the most profitable is going to be higher. You know what I mean? It's going to be, like, up here. And so when we get this big drop down to the 170s, they're probably sitting there just kind of like, okay, you know, we want to make some money and take advantage of this push in some way. And maybe the offering will give them more money and they'll be able to do more stuff with it. But I don't know what's going to happen, to be honest. LODE, guys, sitting at almost $11 now. Crazy, crazy rip. I talked about it at $9. I should have taken the buy that I wanted there, but we'll be all right. Not really much of a pre-market trader as a whole, but was pretty spot on with that, I think. But yeah, we're going to look for 10, see if we pull back to 10, and maybe this 10.25 pre-market high right around here. And we'll see if we can hold those levels as support now that we actually broke it. I'm not going to take it regardless. I don't really like this. It's too extended at this point in time. But yeah, that $9 pullback was solid. Yeah, it's all right, Rob. We'll be all right, man. John, you're crazy for not taking LODE at 950. Yeah, I mean, I'm not, again, it had a huge rip, but it's like, in the end, I'm not much of a pre-market trader. I'm still kind of learning, you know what I mean, pre-market. I'm not super well-versed in pre-market trading. I think my technical analysis is spot on with it, but like, as for taking the actual trades in pre-market, I'm not super well versed in it. So yeah, we're gonna see if 1025 holds, which is what we talked about, and we actually pulled back to it. I want to see if it breaks. There's a lot of range in here to attack, but again, I think we're probably gonna wait the 20 minutes until the opening bell and try to make some money that way. What do you mean by extended? Can you show us on LODE? Yeah, I mean, it's just climbed all the way up here. You know what I mean? So, like, you can see it climbed all the way up here. So, yeah, once we get this high, you know, it's extended away from the VWAP. You can see the distance from the VWAP, and I'm not saying it's not going to continue. I like the move, you know, but for me, as somebody that doesn't trade pre-market that often, it's just not really what I'm looking for. And again, I was right about this pullback. I talked about this pullback, and you know, I even said, hey, let's see if it pulls back to this, and it did. But again, it's not really my style right here. We gotta wait until the opening bell for the most part if I want to take advantage of it. Can someone tell me what it means when volume dips negative in TOS? Negative? What do you mean? Maybe the chat can help you out with that. I don't know. Hey, fellow Houstonian, without power today. Hey, I'm sorry to hear that, Roscoe. That sucks, man. Crazy is not rational. John is rational. Yeah, I try to be. CLPS got rejected all the way back under 11. LODE did bounce at that pre-market high level. Should have taken it, but it'll be all right. But we got so much stuff that's moving today. We got to just try to focus on the most voluminous kind of watch stocks and try to trade those. They're gonna have the most momentum. Kind of like SCKT yesterday. I was pretty bummed out I didn't take it, to be honest. My internet kind of gave out on me, so I kind of just closed it. I was pretty frustrated. I didn't want to trade, but I was super frustrated. Not only a therapist, I play one on TV. Hey, do your thing, mental. Alright, so we did get the bounce at this 1025 pre-market high level. We bounced exactly off of that spot. How do you think the power issues might affect the stocks? I don't think it's... I mean, unless it's like a Houston stock, I don't think it's going to affect it much at all. You know, unless it's like a Houston power stock. Does Entergy have a stock? I don't know. Entergy and Centerpoint both. Let me see. Entergy does have a stock. It's ETR. And it's down. Yeah, honestly, I'm mad at Entergy, man. Entergy literally kept me without power. What's the point of having a heater? And what's the point of having electricity if every time any inclement weather happens, they shut down my power and I don't have heat in the coldest it's ever been here? So I'm mad at Entergy, to be honest. Power of people. Yeah, right. You know, virtue signaling jerks over there at Entergy, man. But yeah. Sorry, I'm going to be negatively biased against Entergy right now. We'll see if they break lows. You know, I wouldn't be upset. You know, they're all like, oh, you know, it's crazy weather. It's like, no, they just weren't really prepared for it. Like, they didn't do a thorough enough job for Entergy, and they probably got a little bit too greedy and didn't update their, you know, their products and their wiring or whatever it is. I don't even understand how it works. I'm just mad at Entergy, you know, because I had to sit in freezing cold weather for days, and a lot of people did. Half of Texas did. But yeah, we got CNET pushing back up to 480s. Yeah, I've heard somebody said, cool, my son takes Mandarin, math, and physics. I've heard teaching your kids Mandarin at an early age boosts their IQ throughout the rest of their life. At least that's like something my friend said. And the reason he said it does is because it's a different type of language that's not similar to other languages in how you would learn it, in how you express it. And so by broadening your kids' mind by teaching them Mandarin at an early age is very beneficial to their overall development and success later in life. At least that's what they say. So I might be teaching my kid Mandarin coming soon. AQMS is trying to push back up here. LODE, guys, is still sitting here. Again, I think the big level right now is this 1025 level. We'll see if that level holds. Yeah, I'm looking at EBON. Your green screen needs some help in the top left. Where is it at? Let me see. So, yeah, it's that way. Yeah, we're good. I mean, I could probably pick it up some more. Hold on. No, that's the highest it's about to get. Really, all I need to do is kind of this. There we go. There we go. That should be better. Considering your profits, you should really focus on your strategies than streaming every day. I think your channel's slowing down. I mean, bro, we got like 1,250 people here, dude. I mean, this is pretty normal. Over the last few weeks, my views have been pretty steady for the most part. The only reason we didn't get a lot of views yesterday is because I had to cut the stream like 30 minutes after the open, so we got like half the views we normally get. But yeah, my channel's getting, honestly, better views than ever. Look, let me show you. And like, especially relative to like other streamers, you know what I mean? Here. I'm not gonna show you guys exactly how much this is, but this is my views, watch time, and revenue. Views, watch time, and revenue. So my views are up 114%, my watch time is up 111%, and my revenue's up 90%. So, yeah, point is, channel's doing well. I appreciate the advice, though. I mean, I know you're just trying to help, but yeah, I mean, channel's doing well. And, I mean, to be honest, I've been streaming every day for years now. So, I mean... Nah, I mean, listen, he wasn't being mean. He was just trying to help, guys. Y'all chill. Yeah, he wasn't being mean. Point the camera to my left a little bit. Oh, I see it. It's worse. Hold on. Let me fix this, guys. I got you. Yeah, here. Hold on. There we go. Alright, there we go. That's what I was trying to do. But nah, he's good. Roscoe's good. I don't think he was... Yeah, it slows you down as a profitable trader. Yeah, that's what I think. I don't think Roscoe was meaning it in like a negative way. Honestly, I'm just looking for reasons to brag because the stream's going great. Honestly, the views... Like I said, I used to get like 200 or 300 views per stream. So the fact that we're getting 13, 14, 1,500, 2,000 some days... Really solid views, and at this point in time, I'm pretty used to trading as a whole in front of everybody. I've been doing it for years. SOS is popping. Yeah, we're looking at it. I still want to see if LODE holds at that 1025 level. I was pretty correct about that level. And so, like I said, people can say whatever they want about my trading, and they can act like I don't know what I'm talking about. But in the end, I called this level spot on right here. at 10.25, and I also called this 9.50 level, this $9 9.50 level as well. So I know what I'm talking about for the most part in my trading. Now, we all make mistakes and do good and bad sometimes, but I think my TA is pretty spot on most of the time. Somebody saying SOS. Yeah, it's sitting over 15. It broke over the VWAP. I want to see it hold at 15 now. It fought its way back and climbed all the way back up. And again, this one's got a crazy range, to be honest. You hunt like a pro scalper without terminal. You find the risers quick. Hey, thank you, brother. Appreciate it. ARTL is down. Hey, Mark. Hey, let's do it. We got over 1,300 people here, guys. Listen, if it's your first time here, we do this live for free every single day right here on YouTube. We don't claim to be experts. We don't claim to be gurus. And I just want to be a free resource and community for traders. I'm not an expert. I don't want to claim to be expert. I don't want the pressure and standard to live up to of being an expert. And so if you appreciate free movements in the trading space like this, hit the subscribe button, click the bell, turn on notifications. I certainly appreciate it if you do. We've got almost 300 likes. Run those like numbers up, guys. Hit the subscribe button. And yeah, let's try to make some money today. We'll see. I'm finally back home at my computer. I'm just hoping that my internet keeps it up and maintains. LODE, guys, now it's pulling back here. So we'll see if it bounces at this 950 high right here. This is what I would look at. You even have this level right here at 960 that we could bounce off to. So 950 or 960 bounce makes sense, I think. Right here. Here's the 960 level. So we'll see if it bounces there. CLPS, guys, look at CLPS. It's pushing up. It's got a U-shaped breakout pattern. I want to see if it pulls back to 13 and holds that. So it's pushing up. It's at almost $14 now. Again, what I'm looking for is like a pullback to either 13.50 or 13 to see if it holds that level of support. Big squeeze and a big rip for CLPS. Did we look at this one? Was this the CBD one? Okay, so no. CLPS signed a vendor agreement with a U.S. digital payment platform, and shares are up because of it. Again, CLPS subsidiary signed a vendor agreement with U.S. payment platform. That's the catalyst here. And again, we'll see if it holds at 13. If it pulls back, it is rejecting at that pre-market high. Yeah, there's the 13.50 pullback, and then the squeeze up. So, again, it's too extended for me. It's just not really my style per se, but we're going to watch it regardless. All right, team, we got 5 minutes, guys. Let me know your favorite stocks right now, team. A lot of LODE puns in the chat today, I see. SOS pulled back in pre-market, perfect entry at market open. Can't believe this company. I mean, let's take a look at the float of SOS, team. I'm not showing the float here. Isn't SOS like 120 million float? Didn't we talk about that one yesterday? Let me see. It's got 41 million shares, so it's less than that. So it's not an incredibly large float or anything, but we're watching it for SOS. Here's SOS pulling back some. It didn't hold at 15. It got rejected, and now it's pulling back to 14.50. I don't like it if it can't maintain over the VWAP. So we gotta see it hold. TRCH, LKCO. Yeah, TRCH and LKCO were ones that ripped yesterday, right? I remember TRCH. I talked about this one. You know, I talked about this one here for TRCH. I talked about it at 370s on the Sunday show on Benzinga. So every Sunday, guys, I've been doing my own penny stock show on Benzinga. So check out the Benzinga penny stock show. It's every Sunday. We talk about the biggest movers from the previous week and the biggest stocks that we're watching for the upcoming week. I talked about OCGN before it squeezed up on that show. I talked about TRCH before this big rip up to 480s. I talked about SOS on that show. And so we talked about a lot of these and the influence that they may have over the stock market. So yeah, be sure to check out the Benzinga show every Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern. All right, team. We got 3 minutes, guys. Let's do this. VSTM's trying to push up. It's sitting at 290s now, so we can watch VSTM as well. How do you draw a line in TOS? By just clicking one time. So you can either click your scroller, and you can see if you click your scroller, this pops up. Or you could go down here to the active tool. So if you go down here, and then you would just go to the money sign with the line under it that says price level. And then you just double click. So you just 1, 2, you know, 1, 2, 1, 2. You know, you just look for ranges and draw them out that way. Is what I try to do. CLPS pulling back to 13s. Hey, let's see how right I was about this. I talked about 13s. You guys remember I said 13s, right? I'm not making stuff up. I talked about 13s. I want to see if it bounces here. I like the 13 level. It's kind of like the handle part of a cup and handle. Now the blue line is the previous closing price. It is the line where a stock goes from red to green on the day. If a stock breaks below this, it's technically red on the day. If it breaks above this, it's technically green on the day. Alright, guys, we got 1 minute. Let's do this. Get ready, team. We've got a decent amount of equity. We're going to try to trade today. We're going to trade both futures and penny stocks at the opening bell. Good luck, team. Let's do this. Let's try to make some money. We got this. LODE spiking. Hey, guys, 10 seconds. 10 seconds. All right, here's the bell, guys. Good luck. Let's try to get these scans up here. Alright, there's the bell. Alright, LODE's dropping some. It's down to 950s. We'll see if it bounces at 950s. I see CDTX showing up here. I see HEPA, AQMS. IDXG. LODE's dropping big, guys. It's dropping down to 890s here. 890s. For LODE. We'll see what happens. I was also looking at CLPS, which did bounce at 13s and is actually ripping up. Here goes CLPS, about to break pre-market high there. And so, man, when you're right about it. Up to 14s. Big rejection. It's back. It's right back down here, guys. We also have PETZ, which is not tradable for me on TOS. PLIN, that's moving a little bit here. You can see PLIN is up to the 160s, 165s. And then you can also look at ANTE, which is pushing up to 619s. So ANTE is moving up. We got PLIN moving up. There's ANTE up to 613, 640s. And so that's moving here, team. CLPS with a big rejection. It went from $13 all the way up to 1470s, and then a big pullback here, and now we are halted on the way down for CLBS. So y'all be careful, team. That's a big halt. TRIT, and this is the power of a small float. This is why a small float is significant and can influence stuff like that, team. So y'all be careful. SOS dropping pretty big. It's at 1380s. TRIT moving up. PLIN moving up some as well. But yeah, we're getting some big drops at the opening bell, so y'all be careful. Yeah, LODE is over with. Yeah, big rip down, guys. Y'all be careful. SOS is starting to rebound, guys. SOS is at 14s. CNET is dropping. Yeah, LODE, crazy drop. Big squeeze. There's breaking lows. I see ETTX showing up, but nothing too crazy right now. Still waiting to find some stocks, guys, so bear with me. ANTE team. ANTE's making big squeezes up. Here's ANTE. It's up to 640s. I'm worried about it hitting this VWAP and rejecting. It looks to be the moving average crossover that we always talk about. But, yeah, that's what I'm worried about. PLIN. PLIN to squeeze it up big, guys. PLIN. Here's ANTE. CLPS showing up on the scans. PLIN's moving up. Look at CLPS. Still halted. I don't know why it's on the scans, but yeah, MFH, guys, look at MFH. ANTE, guys, look at ANPC showing up on the scans as well. Look at ANPC. EBON. Yeah, I'm looking at SOS, OTL. BWAY is shooting up here. PLIN. CLPS, when will it resume? CLPS should resume in about a minute. It should resume at 9:36. OLB, guys, look at OLB squeezing up big. PLN, nice bounce at 175. LPCN. CBAT squeezing up. Look at CBAT. I don't hate CBAT here. We're gonna buy. Whoa. We're gonna get it with 25 shares here and see if CBAT really starts to rip. We're in with 25. Maybe get a little bit more. There we go. All right. We're in with 50 shares here. Are we lagging on TOS? I just want to see it hold this 75 level here. MFH, guys, look at MFH. MFH is pushing up. SOS is dropping. All right, 96, 97s. All right, we just got out of half that. Weird movement here, to be honest, in my charting. CLPS is resumed, guys, so CLPS is back. Yeah, we'll come back to CBAT. CLPS is back. There we go. We just got out of CBAT. CLPS did resume, and it's still tanking here. Here's CBAT. So we made a little bit of money on it. We're effectively green on the day now, and we'll see if it holds this $9 level. Maybe it pulls back some. Maybe we'll take some more for CBAT. But big squeeze up there for that one. CBAT's moving, and like I said, CLPS did resume, but I think it just tanked down from the resumption. So yeah, 1150s, 1140s. So I mean, we could get a reversal and push back up here, but it's certainly not guaranteed to happen, and it might just dump down and continue falling for CLPS. LODE is doing the same thing. What about AQMS? AQMS is starting to reverse here, and if this can get over 745s, I might take a few shares scaling into this. Alright, there's the squeeze. I want to see if it holds at 750 now. At least 750 or 740s. Alright, look at AGTC, guys. AGTC. Alright, we got out of that for a very small loss. And we just scalped CBAT that we're also in here as well. We just scalped CBAT. And so we made a little bit more money. We're up about $11 on that one. Glad I got out of AQMS. It just tanked. Still CBAT is still trying to move back up here, but we've scalped this one for the most part. I still see A and PC moving up a little bit. And AGTC is squeezing up some as well. Look at AGTC. Yeah, look at yeah, AGTC is one of the biggest squeezes right now. Here's AGTC. Huge push from 840s all the way to 930s for AGTC. Didn't have too much action in pre-market, but a big squeeze and a big push. CBAT's pulling back some. But yeah, those are the ones that I saw moving. Now, if I'm missing anything, team, let me know. I'm sure y'all are yelling at me right now. Major movers are halted. No, these are running. I mean, this is going to be stationary, so it's just going to be the entire session. These are going to be the last 5 minutes, so this is really the one you want to watch. On the right side is what I would watch at least. A and PC is also pushing up here. It's at 780s right now. Yeah, LODE is done. MFH is weird. WEI. Yeah, A and PC is still squeezing up. EBON honestly ripped up nicely too. EBON sitting at 11 right now. Look at EBON. Nice little push up to almost 11. Sitting at 11.15s now. Yeah, there's the squeeze in it. We'll see if it breaks this high. So it broke that high and then immediately got rejected. Yeah, CAN's not bad. SOS dropping. Yeah, EBON rejected that high up there at 11.20s too. That was kind of... A and PC's pulling back. I don't hate this little mini pullback in A and PC. It might be too late for me though. Yeah, there it is. So I don't hate this little pullback here. But to be honest, there's not quite enough volume for me to have that conviction that I want to trade A and PC right now. There's just not enough volume. And it's pushing up. It actually did bounce here at 770 so far. But again, the spread's 8 cents. Not that much volume. And, you know, it's going to be a lot less favorable, I think. Yeah, SOS is just falling down. It's at 14s. D and N, guys. Look at D and N. It's squeezing up. Alright, here's LODE. Yeah, it's back over 8. We'll see what happens. I mean, I'm not necessarily against it. Alright, I'm scalping AQMS here. You can see I was green on this one, and now we fought our way back. We're in with 25 shares, but yeah, I was red on this one, I mean. And so now we're actually green, which is good. I just want to see if it holds over 6.5 here. Kind of the line in the sand is 950s. Either way, it's going to be a green trade, and I'll be happy with it. Just because I was down enough on this. Was the only loss I've had after the bell so far. $59's probably about to jump out of this. I'm going to let it try to bounce here at 750s, but... yeah, I'm going to get out here. And so we kept it pretty close to break even. It just rejected fast. Maybe I could have taken profits a little bit earlier. But we'll see what happens with AQMS. But that's the only loss I've taken after the bell. And I made money on... what did I make money on? CBAT. So I made some money. We're up small, but up regardless. SINO is squeezing up, guys. Look at SINO. Look at XPL. XPL, which is Solitario Resources, is pushing up. LODE is still trying, I believe. It's still got a long way to go before I like it, though. Like, for me to want to get involved with it, it's got to get over 10. It's at 830s right now, so still a very long way to go for it, and we're going to have to wait and see what happens here. ANPC did bounce, where I talked about. The volume's just too light. Yeah, I never said load was moving. I said in order for me to get interested in load, it has to get over 10. You know what I mean? And so I still think LODE doesn't look good. I think it's below the VWAP. It is maintaining a downward trend, and I think we probably got a lot of bag holders in this thing now, just based off of how it moved at the opening bell. So yeah, I mean, Todd, I wasn't saying that I think LODE is going to push up, and if it does, I'll admit I was wrong about that. What I am saying, though, is that if it gets over 10, I might get interested in it, but it's got a long way to go. Yeah, to me it looks weak. But again, with these crazy small floats, who knows what's going to happen. NXTD's pushing up. I'm curious if Bitcoin's pushing up too. Here's Bitcoin. So we can watch Bitcoin. It got up to 52,280. And it held at 51K. So I want to see if this holds as support for Bitcoin. Who knows though? We'll have to wait and see. The one I was talking about being right on, Todd, was ANPC. And I talked about 770 right here. I said I didn't mind this pullback, and it went up to 790, but the spread's too bad, and there's not enough volume, for it. But I was right about this one, and bouncing up to 790 at 770. Again, there's just not quite enough volume for me to really want to get involved with that. ANTE's trying. ONCY's trying. If ONCY gets over 5, I might get interested in it. We'll have to see it over that level, though. Yeah, King Robert, if you're 3 minutes, bro, you gotta hit the live button. You're not watching it live, dude. Yeah, K Patel. I'm using Thinkorswim. I'm using TD Ameritrade's Thinkorswim for my software. Yeah. On which halt? Which halt? What's halted? CLPS? Hey, look at CLPS though, guys. If it gets again, for me to get involved with it, it's got to get over like 13s or 14s. If it can't do that, I don't know if I want to buy it still. I do like the fact that it's over the VWAP now. CCNC sitting at 11. CLPS is halted on the way up, guys. So, yeah, interesting. It should gap up here. At least I want to say it should. You never really know with halts, especially this is circuit breaker halt is what this is. So this will resume at 52, at 9:52 is when this will be back. Alright, so I'm in AMQS and I'm making my money with it. I'm going to take 10 shares off here just to bank my profit. And then we'll hold a little share just in case it doesn't end up making this squeeze. See if we can hold over 60s, 63s, 67s. There we go, 70s. Alright, we just got out the rest. Small little day. We're up like 15 bucks right now. So we're trading small, but if we see something we really like, I don't mind taking it. We just gotta wait for it. EBON fell back down some. CBAT did end up squeezing, and it looks to be holding at $9 as well for CBAT. So that doesn't look horrible. AQMS fell back down some. I'm still looking at CAN here. MFH still pushing. DNN, Big Float, VISL. Yeah, I'm looking at a few of these. You know, here's VISL. It's sitting at 490s. It's got to get this one's got to get over this level here for me to want to get involved with it. LODE. Yeah, and like I said a few minutes ago, I still didn't like load because it's still below the VWAP. I mean, you're gonna get little small bounces. You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna get little small insignificant bounces just from shorts covering and a few different things. So I mean, it kind of goes like this, and you guys will probably know the trend where it goes down a big down push, small bounce back, big down push, small bounce back, big down push, you know, so forth and so on. And I think there's just a lot of emotion from people bag holding this thing, to be honest. We're gonna clear out these drawings and just look at the overall trend. Now, if it gets over 9, it's not horrible. Like, if it fights its way back over this, you know, and gets some more volume coming in, then we're probably going to at least test this high up here. And if we do that, then that still looks fine. But it's got a long way to go. And, you know, obviously right now it's looking weak. I mean, it's below the VWAP. It's you know, making big drops. So I think $8 short term. We can watch $8 to see if it holds underneath that or if it fights its way back above it. Who's spamming? Oh. Nobody buy DNN. Don't buy DNN. It looks terrible. Don't buy DNN. You know, anytime you spam, I'm gonna do the opposite. Don't buy DNN, guys. You know? No, I'm just kidding. All sarcasm. Do whatever you want. It doesn't matter to me. But yeah, look at LODE. It's back over 8. I think it needs to hold $8 here. It needs to hold 8. You need to see volume come in, and it needs to try to break $9. Alright, guys. After looking at DNN here, bro, people are so dumb, dude. Like, no offense, but like the person trying to pump DNN is you gotta be dumb, bro. Like, DNN has a float of 680 million shares, guys. 680 million, almost a billion. But, you know, I know I'm gonna say it with a B. You know what I mean? Almost 1 billion shares, guys. DNN's got 670 million shares. Pumping it up in this chat room is hilarious. You thinking that you can pump this thing up in the chat room just means you're new to the stock market, guys. Stop pumping up. Don't go to people's room pumping up stocks that you don't know about. You know. Yeah, I got it, Camaro. Chill, bro. Yeah, DOGEZ, I'll give you credit, though. This one doesn't look horrible. It's breaking over this level here. So I see why you wanted to bring this one to my attention. No, it's not 600K. It's not 600K. Hello, it's VG. It's not 600K, brother. It's 600 million. It's 670 million shares in the float. Nobody can pump those. I mean, unless you're Wall Street Bets, I guess. But I think Wall Street Bets has a lot of traders that are naive to trading. They don't really understand what they're doing. They think pumping up stocks is just going to cause the stock to push up, right? But they don't understand what a float is, and so they don't realize that, like, there's too many shares floating around out there to really influence it. You know what I mean? Like, people are people are trying to do it. It doesn't make sense. CLPS, guys, is back up there. It resumed from the halt, and it's back up over 15. It's probably going to get halted again. Look at this move. Crazy rip here, honestly. Pretty crazy squeeze, team. Yeah, I tried warning him, man. I tried warning him. Yeah. SNDO. Yeah, I'm looking at SNDO. I'm looking at, like, a few of these. And yeah, with he said, DNN's crashing down now too. I'm still looking at EBON. CLPS is going absolutely crazy, guys. Look at EBON here. But I'm looking at LODE, and I'm waiting to see what happens here. I'm trying to look at some optimism here, but yeah, after this big drop, it's just looking really weak. Unfortunately. And I'm still looking at SOS here. I want to see if SOS can fight its way back up. Alright, so SOS trying to get back up here. We can also see, like, MYT is another one I'm watching. Scalping this move again, guys. Only holding 10 shares left of this one, and I'm scalping these little pullbacks and jump-ins, jump-outs. Alright, so we just made a few bucks from it, from CBAT. We'll take it, and again, we're just kind of scalping in and out of this. I'm looking at MYT to see if it can find its way back up. I've only had one losing trade after the opening bell. I think it was, yeah, I've had one losing trade, and it was in, what was it in? I have to look. But I've only had one loss and like 3 or 4 wins so far since the bell. Look at CNET, guys. CNET, the problem with it is that the VWAP's right above it, though. So I think I'm scared it's going to get hit at the VWAP and reject there. But watching MYT, made some money on CBAT. And then we're just kind of hanging out here, seeing if we can find anything that looks good. Like ONTX, it's got to be a large float here. ANTE, we're still watching that one. AQMS is the other one, but they're all still below the VWAP, so we need some breaks above the VWAP and some holds, to be honest. What's the maximum float you look for in your trades? I don't really have a maximum float. Like, I'll trade any float size. When I'm critical of large... I'm not critical of large float stocks per se. What I'm critical of is people thinking that they can pump up stocks that have 700 million in the float, right? Like, and especially if they're like disturbing the chat room. Like, yeah, I'm gonna get critical of that just because they don't understand the stock market and they're spamming. You know what I mean? But I'll trade a larger float stock. If it's got a large float, I don't mind trading it. You know, it just depends on the movement. Like, if it's got some range, volatility, and momentum, I'll trade it, regardless of the float. But, again, it's just not going to be easily pumpable. Like, people in the chat trying to pump those up are wasting time. They don't understand the stock market. MTC sitting here, sitting at 370s. So we're watching that. LGHL, guys, look at LGHL. It's starting to get some volume coming in. Starting to move. SOS is starting to push back up. And MYT, I mean, we're going to have to wait and see what happens with MYT. But it's pushing up some too. Volume's very low, so we're not going to take it right now, at least. LGHL is up to 509s, guys. Look at LGHL. They're probably losing. That's why they said pump this, pump that. Yeah, for sure. CCIV. Yeah, CCIVs and we got a lot of people talking about CCIV. It's just too expensive, man. For me, at least. CNET. We're watching CNET. GSAT. I'm not necessarily against GSAT. We're watching it. But it's gotta do something, I think. CBLI showed up. Alright, so I did take a few in GSAT here. I'm holding 100 shares left. I bought a few hundred shares there, and we'll take some more off if we need to here. But I'm only in 100 shares left. I'm going to take a little bit more off just in case it doesn't break this. So we're holding 60 shares. See if we can get over 250, and then if not, we're just going to jump out fast. But we jumped at GSAT. Watching the level 2 pretty closely. There's 51s. At least that's lining up on the level 2. No, it didn't. It kind of falling back down. We'll see if 51 breaks. This is such a big level that it's going to be difficult to capture. There we go. There's 51s. Let's see if it continues up now. There we go. 52s. Alright, so we just got out. Man, we've been pretty accurate today, guys, to be honest. We've been pretty accurate. We only have one symbol that we're actually red on. And so we're pretty accurate right now. We'll see what happens on the rest of the day, though. Speak about LODE. LODE, to be honest, if you want me to be honest about what happened with LODE, LODE was a very I'll be real about it. LODE was a very small float stock. I'm pretty sure it was, at least. Yeah, so LODE's got 25 million in the float, so it's small enough. It had so much volatility and momentum that people riding this up took profits at the opening bell. Like, everybody riding this up took profits at the opening bell, and we probably had some big-time traders that jumped on as well. It's a small enough float to where it could be influenced some. So I think what happened is you had a bunch of traders taking profits. Other traders saw that weakness, started selling. It kind of squeezed down. Maybe some shorts were involved, although I'm not showing any short float, to be honest. But yeah, I think just a lot of extension at this point in time. I mean, when we opened at the bell, this thing is up 500% for LODE. That's a pretty big percentage, guys. And like, I know you got a bunch of people that are holding this thing now. You know, you got a certain percentage of people that are holding it from this big move up. You know, but you also have a certain percentage of people that kind of bought the hype way up here, and they're losing, and they're nervous and emotional about it. And so, you know, we'll see if that emotion causes some movement here in the stock, is really what we got to look for. But yeah, to me, it's looking weak, downward trend. Sometimes what we'll see with this, though, is that we'll have this big drop, and then sometime today, I don't know what time, but sometime today, maybe it'll pop back up and start to run. And I've seen that happen some. But yeah, to me, it doesn't look good. And again, I talked about this about 15, 20 minutes ago when somebody else brought it up. And again, it just didn't look that great to me. It's below the VWAP, and the VWAP is going to tell you the short-term trend. So it's in a downward trend right now, obviously. And who knows what's going to happen. I would look at this level here, just short-term. This kind of 750 level makes sense. Watch 750, 760s, and see if it holds over that, and then figure it out after that. Yeah, for LODE, there's more volume than float. Yeah, that means the float's been rotated a bunch. You know what I mean? The float has been rotated. It looks to be about 3 times. The float has probably been rotated about 3 times at this point. So just a really big volume stock. But again, just because it has good volume doesn't mean it's going to go up. And I think there's a lot of traders that are holding it here. I think a lot of traders, the more it drops, the more they're going to take profits. Because I think we have a certain percentage of traders that wrote it up from this, right? So they'll be taking profits, and that's going to cause it to drop, and so forth and so on. VTVT showing up. You can see VTVT, it's up to 280s. We're watching that. So hold or sell? I don't know. I don't know, Live Gamer. I genuinely don't know, brother. You bought it at 9? I mean, I don't know. The best advice I can give you in that case is find a level that is your kind of end level. It's the level where you say, okay, if it breaks underneath this, I'm getting out, and then stick to that level. I don't know where that level should be. You know, $7 is a previous low of the day, roughly around $7, but I don't know where you want to make your level. Again, what you got to do, though, and at least what I would do, I don't know what you want to do, but you need to find a level and stick to that level. And I don't know where that level should be, brother. That's up to you, man. VTVT still sitting there. It looks like a pump and dump to me, but who knows? You never really know. AQMS is fighting his way back over the VWAP. Alright, so here goes AQMS, still fighting his way back over here. Alright, so AQMS rejected that $8 level, and I think we gotta watch that to see if it holds. I also see LKCO show up here, so look at LKCO, it's trying. Alright, so we broke over that previous high for LKCO, and it's still trying. I see DXF on my list as well here. GSAT pulling back to 250s. Now, this doesn't look horrible. I might take like a little position here with GSAT. Alright, we're with 50 shares. I just want to see if we bounce here at 50. Alright, I'm also scalping a futures trade, guys, right now. So if you want to see me in futures, I'm getting out here. So I just made $200 in the futures market. We'll come back to that. So I scalped a few $100 from the SPY push. We got a really nice bounce in the SPY there. But I'm in with 50 shares here in GSAT, and I just want to see if we bounce at this 250 level. I think everybody else is playing and watching off of that level too. There's 58s. We get up to 260. I'll take some off here, but I'm also going to be very tight with the rest. Now we got out a half here for GSAT. We're holding 25 shares left. I'm just going to see if this thing can pop up to like 270s. We caught the bounce spot on though with that. 61, 62s. Spreading out a little bit. See the 61 kind of add up on the level 2, getting closer and closer to the asking price, and then it kind of rejects it. Bids at 59 and 60, so we're not really in a great position here. I'm gonna give it some time though and try to let it work. There's 61s. The SPY just squeezed up huge there. Alright. $62s. I'm gonna get out here. This is taking too long, to be honest, for me as a scalper. So I'm just gonna take my money and move on and figure something else out. But yeah, you can also see on Top Step, I did make $200 with an E-mini trade. I got to the E-mini and was able to milk some profit from that too. UAMY. Yeah, it's just oh, it's halted, huh? What's this halted for? News pending, I'm guessing. DXF showing up. So yeah, here's DXF. It's showing up too. There's 2 10s. GSAT is a long-term hold. They are a great company. I did my research. Yeah, daily chart looks good. Don't know enough about the company though. Yeah, and I'm not much of an investor. But yeah, do your thing, man. I don't hate the daily chart. DXF still trying. It's at 213. It's not the best volume here. CBAT is back up. Here's CBAT. Up to over 9 again. Man, honestly, guys, I haven't had a losing trade, though, in, like, what, like 4 or 5 trades? I've only had 1 loss since the open, and I've traded, like, 7 times. So, we're pretty accurate today. I know that. We'll see if CBAT holds here. I also see EBON push it up a little bit. Here's EBON. It's trying. GSAT. We'll watch that one as well. Here's EBON. GSKY. CNET. AAB. Or AABB. Yeah, hey, I mean, OTC stock looks weak, just not really my style. I see VSTM show up. Look at VSTM here. See if it holds at like 285 for VSTM. I don't know what the float is for this, though. VSTM has a float of 164 million, so not a small float by any means. No more hope for LODE. I mean, you just get a lot of bag holders, and that's something that, like, at a certain point, guys, you gotta learn to cut profits or cut losses. Even if it's a big loss and you don't like it, you're gonna take big losses sometimes, and you know what I mean. Like, eventually, like, this might work a majority of the time, even kind of averaging down, refusing to sell, but the time it doesn't is gonna completely destroy your account. You know what I mean? It's not, it seems like it's a good habit. A lot of times bag holders will, like, blame me for saying this or blame me for talking like this, but, like, in the end, you got to just get out when you can. And, you know, if you don't have good risk management, like, the losses will force you to. You know, and in some ways, losing like that is important because it'll help you never want to have to do that again, never want to have to go through that again. And so in some ways, losses like that are important, but, you know, the sooner you start cutting losses, the easier it gets. Yeah. Does simulated trading do the same as real trading on TOS? Kind of. I mean, obviously this is real. I wouldn't be trading $5 on paper. But a lot of the time TOS is going to give you a 20-minute lag on quotes. So you're going to have delayed quotes. You're going to have delayed numbers and delayed level 2. If you try to paper trade just on Thinkorswim, and I think you can unlock real time. But yeah, I mean, like I said, Thinkorswim, paper TOS has a yellow. It has a yellow thing right here. So like you'll see simulation trading, like either right here or right here on paper, which obviously you can clearly see this is not. And you can't have them both up at the same time. So yeah, my account's obviously real, but on paper, there's a few subtle differences. The chat might help me out a little bit more than. And CLPS is one of those ones that has just been going absolutely crazy, but it's so risky and it's such a huge range that I would have to take such a small position to protect myself in this. The left side of the scans are Benzinga scans, and if y'all want to check out Benzinga, a really dope group of scans. They've got a lot of a lot of good content. They've got a lot of great tools that traders can use on Benzinga. From these scans, really cool company. Again, I got my own penny stock show I do on Benzinga every Sunday, and yeah, Benzinga's super dope. Really shows me what the float is, all that good stuff. And if you want to check it out, here's the link. Help support your boy here. Good call on selling GSAT. Yeah, I mean, I'm a scalper, so like I'm not trying to ride it through these big pushes. I got most of this move. Like if you see here, I entered here and I sold like here. So like I almost got that full bounce, and I take these bounces every day. Like these little bounces are what help grow my account, to be honest. And so every time, like, you're gonna get a certain amount of investors that are like, nah, don't sell, you should never sell, you know what I mean? But in the end, like, I'm a scalper. I'm not trying to hold these things long term. CNET's still pushing up. It's over the VWAP. We'll see if it holds there. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta request real-time quotes to get it. So on Ameritrade, you can make constant buys and sells. I mean, I have a cash account. Cash accounts don't have the PDT rule. There's no PDT rule with a cash account. Doesn't matter. I mean, if you're in the US, there's no PDT rule with cash accounts. I can day trade as long as I have the equity to. And I have to wait a few days for my funds to settle, but like, as long as I have funds in my account, I can day trade as much as I want. You know, there is no PDT rule on cash accounts. It's only for margin accounts. SYPR is pushing up. CLPS, guys, I don't even know what to do with this one. It's such a crazy rip here. I'm kind of scared to trade it, you know. The range is so big. CNET's starting to push up as well. I made some money with CBAT today, CBAT, and GSAT. But at this point in time, we're kind of slow. I don't see too much. Right, if you don't have 25K in your account, the funds won't settle at the end of every day, sure. But you could still day trade way more than you would if you had a margin account, right? Because like, if you've got $4,000, for instance, you can trade with half of that per day per the settlement schedule, right? So if you got 4K, for instance, you could take $2,000 in equity one day, $2,000 in equity the next, and then by the time the next day rolls around, your funds from the first day are settled. So you can just kind of do that over and over again. 2,000 one day, 2,000 the next, 2,000 one day, 2,000 the next, and $2,000 per day is plenty to trade penny stocks. If you're trading penny stocks, like, you know what I mean? Like if I wanted to buy 200 shares of GSAT, which is, you know, $20, $40, $60 per win or loss, you know, 200 or 300 shares, that would be like $400 to $600. It's not that much, you know. So if you got 2K, you know, you can basically take 5 trades per day, every day, if you're trading the same type of stock and buying a few hundred shares each. So it's like, it's plenty of equity if you have penny stocks, and that's what I do. I have 10K basically in my account, and so that's 5K a day. That's plenty. You know, I can buy, you know, I trade 50, 60, 70 times a week with that. Yeah, this is a cash account. But a margin account, you're going to be only trading 3 times per week, no matter what, right? So I would never use a margin account with penny stocks. It just doesn't make any sense. To be honest, if you have less than like 15,000, you should almost always be using a cash account. You know what I mean? Like if you've got 15K, I don't know what you want to do, but like if you're trading penny stocks, you're almost always going to want to use a cash account. Because a margin account restricts you to only 3 day trades per week. It's just less favorable. To where if you have a cash account, you can trade 50, 60 times a week with penny stocks. As long as you're trading small enough, you know, you can trade 50, 60 times a week. You know, I probably trade 10, 15 times a day with a $10,000 account, you know, and that's plenty. Yeah, CNET's still ripping up. It's just not really any of my strategies at this point in time. Yeah, unless you're overseas or anywhere else. But yeah, if y'all want to get around the PDT rule, y'all can check out futures. And I use a program called Top Step. This is Top Step right here. And the futures market has no PDT, instant settlement. And what Top Step does is Top Step funds traders in the futures and Forex market. And so what they do is it's subscription based. The base one is $120 for the first month. If you use my link, you get like 20% off. And what they do is they're going to give you a 30K demo account, and they're going to give you some rules, conditions, and content to understand, follow, watch videos on. And basically, if you can hit their profit target while following the rest of their rules, conditions, and phases, the base one, they give you a 30K demo account. If you can make $2,000 on that 30K account, while following their rules and conditions, then they fund you that 30K as proprietary futures traders with an 80% profit split. And they're regulated in the US. I'm pretty sure you can use them regardless of where you are, though, but check to be sure if you're outside of the US, but I'm pretty sure you can use them anywhere. Not anywhere, but I'm pretty sure you can use them if you're outside of the US. But again, they're regulated in the US, and they paid out over $2 million last year in 2020 to their withdrawals to their profitable traders. They funded thousands. I think it was like over 3,000. And so it's a good option. You know, you can see buying futures is very similar to trading stocks. Like if I'm trying to trade the SPY and I want to short the SPY, which I kind of want to do right now, I can buy a contract here. And you can see I'm just selling market, buy the bid, sell the bid, buy the ask, all that good stuff. And so it's very similar to actual trading. I'll keep this up here just because I'm in the trade. But if you want to check out Top Step, I got a link. And, you know, I am going to be biased in their favor, though, because I make a commission if you sign up through me. We're getting a squeeze. I want to see it reject back under 390.50 in the SPY. But if not, I'll jump out. But, yeah, like I said, if you want to check out Top Step, I'll post this link. You get 20% off by using my link, and you can check it out here. I'll pin it to the top of the page, too, if anybody wants to check it out. Yeah, Top Step has over 150 countries of funded traders. Yeah, I figured they did most people. No, I lost. I accidentally disqualified myself 2 weeks ago, Russell, by holding one contract of the E-mini overnight. I was super frustrated. But I never try to act like I'm an expert with Top Step, and I'm trying to get funded, obviously, but I was up like I have the 50K account, so I have to hit 3K in profit, and I was up like $2,300, and I left one contract of the micro overnight, which isn't allowed, and now I have to start over. But yeah, it's still fun, and I'm still learning futures, and I would rather spend the time now, even if it takes me a while to get funded, instead of just getting funded and immediately losing that account because I'm not trading it the right way. So with me, I'm still learning futures as a whole. I got some strategies that certainly work, and if you guys know me, you know I'm green pretty consistently in the futures market. But, to be completely honest, there's still some stuff that I got to work on with my own futures trading. But with that said, I mean, I'm up 270, 210 on the day. Or 210, 215 on the day, or at least I was. I'm going to take this off and just hold this one contract, and we'll come back to that. I'm still looking at CNET. I want to see if it bounces at 5. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I've been really green in stocks as well. I think if people watch the stream, they understand how green I am. Like, I've been very green trading. Very accurate for the most part. Like I said, even if you saw my trading today, like what I make today, I probably got into like 8 trades total, and I lost in 1 out of 8. So very high accuracy today, and last few days too. Yesterday I was green as well. I'm probably gonna get stopped out here. I'm holding this one little contract of the micro E-mini. I'm trying to see if the market will drop, so I might actually hold it a longer term, and I'll let you guys know what happens. It's just one micro E-mini contract. Hey, thank you, Dylan. I appreciate that, brother. Yeah, y'all hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button. The easiest way to help support me is just hit the subscribe button. Click the bell. Turn on notifications. Again, I mean, some people are critical, and that's fine. Most of the time, they're competitors or gurus selling courses that are mad I'm threatening their business model. But what we try to do here is we're just a resource and community for traders. Like, we just want to be a resource and community. I'm not claiming to be an expert. I don't want that standard of being an expert. I would rather just be free and be a resource for traders to get together and learn. And I think that is what people respect from the stream, and that's what a lot of people stick around for this stream on, is just because we're telling people the reality behind it. But yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate the support. If y'all want to help support us, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, click the bell. You know, like I said, you can also help support us by go checking out Webull. If you open up an account for Webull, you get a stock. If you deposit $100, you get another free stock. You also get to spin the wheel if you do some extra steps on Webull. And so it's got free paper trading and 0 commission. You know, you might as well get some free stocks, guys. Check out the description if you want the Webull link. You can see it in the description. Man, I should have bought this $5 dip and seen that. I was waiting for it. Hey, welcome, team. Yeah, I read chat sometimes. Can I share your stream on my Facebook? Sure. I mean, I'm kind of in the middle of trading. A lot of people don't understand. They want me to just sit there and answer questions in the chat all day. And that's just not feasible. Like, I'm trading. I'm doing a bunch of different things, to be honest. And so I'm not going to be able to just always answer every question in the chat. And that's not really a reasonable expectation. So I maybe if I could do anything better, I should probably set that example or set that standard before each stream, or maybe have Nightbot post the link just so people don't get too upset. You get some people that are just weird, and it's like if you don't answer their question, they're just super upset or mad at you, and it's like, man, we got thousands of people here most of the time. You know, we got 1,200 people here right now, so we're not going to be able to answer every question. I'm getting ready to exit this contract on the micro, and you can see this is very much like day trading, guys, if you haven't checked out futures. Very similar to day trading. There is some risks in futures, certainly, and it is difficult 100%, but we're probably going to get out here, and that's fine. I mean, we lost $10 on the micro. We're still up 190 on the day, so nice few green trades in the futures market, or at least 1 or 2 green trades in the futures market, and we'll come back to that if we have anything that looks good, to be honest. He actually answers if you type all caps. CLPS is suspended. I mean, halted on the way down, big pullback. It should resume in 1 minute. This will resume. So in 1 minute, CLPS will resume. Let me see if I can find the halt code for this. Alright, the halt code is circuit breaker. So this is a circuit breaker halt. So yeah, we'll resume right now. Basically, sometime in the next 60 seconds, we'll resume. Alright, so let's see where it is. I'm pretty sure, yeah, it got resumed. It got halted at 10:25. It's 10:30 now. So as long as it's a 5-minute halt, which it should be, we should resume sometime in the next minute. So we'll wait and see. Oh, guys, man. I'm glad to be home, though. I'll say that. Alright, there's the resumption. We're at 16s now. We're at 16:20s, guys, for this one. 16:20s. So there's the resumption. There's 16. I don't know if it's actually going to hold. But there's 16s. We'll see if it actually holds. This is what I would look for if I was in this thing, but... I'm also scalping the micro E-mini here, so I made about $15 just now. You can see I'm actually green in the position at this point in time on the micro. You can see it jumping back and forth, but I did scalp that low break here. Kind of going back and forth. If I can get another drop, I'll take a little bit of profits off of this. Alright, so we got the drop. See, we're actually up in the micro here, so we're up a little bit over 200 right now on the day. And then we're going to try to scale out on the bid if we can, instead of just marketing out on the last bit. I guess we'll let this last little contract hold, and I'll come back to it. But yeah, effectively, we're green on the micro E-mini now. We're looking at CLPS to see if it holds at 16. How did you know it was a circuit breaker halt? I looked it up. I looked at the halt code. Most of the time with penny stocks, and especially like with low float stocks, most of the time it's going to be a circuit breaker halt. Just because the only other types of halts, there's news pending and volatility halts, right? And like volatility halts are basically like if a stock moves too much in one day and it's like a regular, like mid or high cap stock, if it moves a certain percentage too soon within a certain time frame, then they'll give it a volatility halt. But with these low floaters, a lot of the time, like CLPS, it's almost always a circuit breaker halt. Alright, so we're probably going to get out of the rest of this here in futures. Again, you can check out Top Step if you want to use this platform. Alright, so I just got out here. So yeah, we made we're up about $208 on the day. I'll take it, about 210. PETZ. Yeah, I don't think I could trade PETZ on TOS, to be honest. I don't think it's tradable here. Look at XIN is pushing up PETZ. Crazy moves though, to be honest. DOGZ squeezing up with it. PLIN trying. Whoa, look at that thing, man. What is that? DOGZ trying to break over the VWAP, so I don't know if this one's tradable. Let me buy one share and see. Alright, so yeah, DOGZ is tradable, so you can trade DOGZ on TOS. Not saying I want to, per se, but we're going to get out of the little one share position and maybe look for a pullback to $4 is what we're trying to do here. Maybe. I don't know. It depends. But that's what we're going to try to get. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what chart that is. What if you are starting with 30K and you want to trade penny stocks daily? Would it make sense to have a margin account? Yes. I mean, so if it depends on how much you want to short Archer. So Archer said, what if you have a 30K account and you want to start trading penny stocks daily? Would it make sense to have a margin? Yes. So if you have over 25K, you want a margin account, because a margin account, you're going to have instant settlement and you're still not going to have any PDT rule as long as you have over 25K in your account. And so if you've got over 25K, regardless of whether you really want to go long or short, you want a margin account. That way you can trade as much as you want. You know, you're not restricted at all, whether it's equity or you're not restricted at all in day trading. But, you know, if you want to short, there's other platforms that might be better for locating shorts, like Cobra is really good for shorts, and a few other ones. But TOS isn't too bad. But you would want a margin account, in my opinion, you know, if you have over 25K. Yeah, LODE, I don't know. Here's LODE right here. Yeah, it's below 7. I mean, I don't know. CNET dropping. What did GSAT do? I mean, if GSAT gets over 250, maybe I'll consider it. Yeah, no worries. CLPS. Yeah, I mean, $15 in the VWAP are the big levels here. I mean, if you look at this, right, this is kind of like right around, like we're gonna remove all of this from CLPS, and I'm gonna show you where the real levels are at this point in time. It's right around $15. You can see that's kind of right around the pre-market high, right around this support, whole dollar VWAP. So like all of this level, I would say for me, this range, like right here, or that's not a right tool, let me see. This range, like right here, is kind of like my line in the sand range, to where like if it breaks underneath these, I'm skeptical. You know what I mean? Who knows what's gonna happen with it, but if it can't hold those, I'm skeptical for sure. Look at CHEK. Yeah, it's starting to pop. We got a little bit of movement here for CHEK. It's up to almost $2. Still got a long way to go for me. It's got to get over the VWAP and do a bunch of stuff, to be honest. Look at a PHUN though. I mean, this one is a little bit better. It's above the VWAP. It's starting to test this high of the day. It's just got to get it and hold. And to be honest, the volume's too light at this point. It's not too bad. I don't know what the float is though. There's 290s. SOS fell down. PETS is ripping. DOGS is ripping. We'll see if the VWAP holds here for DOGS. Here's 430s, 415s. 9 straight minutes of GSAT run. Yeah, but it was fighting its way back from like a big... I mean... 9 straight minutes. I mean, it's been sideways and choppy and neutral for the last 10, 15 minutes. Really, there hasn't really been much. It's holding the VWAP, which is good, and it's back over 250, which I don't hate. But, yeah, I don't think it's been running over the last hour or two. Look at RCON, guys. RCON's moving some. Look for like $3 here, or 305s maybe, but I need the volume to maintain and actually hold though. Like the volume's gotta hold. SOS? Yeah, you're good. Yeah, SOS, I mean, it's been down on the day too. One of the things that I immediately do, guys, like what I do is I look, as soon as I look at a stock, I immediately look at where it's at relative to the VWAP, right? So if I see a stock and it's been under the VWAP all day and it's still below the VWAP, I'm gonna say, okay, this one's been downtrending. You know, this one's been downtrending since, 9:30s. 9:35 market time. So it's been downtrending most of the day. Same thing with, GSAT on the other hand, it reversed, headed up, and then, it's back over the VWAP, so it's holding over 250, and that's why I said watch the 250 level. But again, for me, it's just not really my style at this point in time. Maybe if it pulls back to 250, I could use like a 5-cent risk with 245 and buy it, looking for it to push back up. But again, it's too sideways and choppy for me right now. There's not enough momentum, if that makes sense. And maybe I'm wrong. It could continue to push up, but we'll see. EDSA squeezing up. We also have ears. So EDSA and ears are both squeezing up pretty big. Here's ears. I've seen AAB. Too cheap for me. Not really my style of trading. Not enough momentum, I don't think, for my own strategies. Bought a couple courses a couple years ago. This site beats that. Nice job, sir. Hey, thank you, Dave C. I appreciate that, brother. Hey, shout out to you, man. Thank you, bro. I appreciate the support. And yeah, that's what we try to do. We're just a resource and community here, right? Like, you get people that get weird, and like, for people to spend their day, like, you get a certain percentage of people, they just get really weird. They spend their whole day, like, trying to talk smack and troll in the comment section. And the only thing I can really say to you is, like, if you're doing that with your life, I think it's time to reevaluate your life, brother. You know what I mean? Like, I appreciate the support, though. Like, my man Dave C speaking the truth, right? And I appreciate it, man. Thank you, dude. But yeah, I guess as the channel grows, we're gonna get more haters, and I think I should probably get used to that. FTFT is back over the VWAP, so we can watch FTFT. It's sitting right around 10. Hey, the music is banging. What's the playlist? Yeah, it's Epidemic Sounds is what it is. VWAP is a great tool because a lot of prop traders and account traders get bonuses off of trading the VWAP, kind of their standard for entries. Yeah, for sure. And a lot of people are buying the VWAP pullback. Like, that's what people don't understand. Even on the short side, right? One of the reasons I didn't like LODE way up here is because it's still kind of downtrending, right? So, like, it's down underneath the VWAP. It pulls back to it, and then it confirms that downward trend and continues. So, like, below the VWAP, pulls back to it, confirms downward trend. It's pulling back to it again. You know what I mean? And maybe, again, what I said with LODE and what I thought, like, what I think is, I've seen these enough to know that, like, sometimes, and I'm not going to say it's going to do it here because I genuinely don't know. But sometimes stocks like this that have really crazy pre-markets and then kind of quietly settle down, sometimes these will fight their way back, rebound, kind of pull back to the VWAP, and then just squeeze up and rip up breaking highs. I do see that sometimes, and so I think if LODE does that, maybe I'll trade some off of it. I'm not saying LODE is completely done, but it's certainly still looking weak, and until it gets back over $9, I don't like it. You know, I just think a lot of people are going to be really emotional because they're holding it from these highs up here, and that's understandable. Like, I get it, but that's kind of what I see. At least I see NAKD here, but this one has been diluted so much that yeah, this one's got 500 million in the float. There's just so much dilution here for NAKD that the range is small now, and it barcodes half the time. So yeah, just not really what I want to look at. GRNQ is not that bad, and GSAT did pop back up. Here's GSAT. GRNQ is right here. So both of these are up. GRNQ looks a little bit better. I don't hate this, you know. Yo, give me a stock, help me make money. Barcoding indicates choppy, neutral, sideways, small range, just no range. Like when a stock is barcoding, it just means it has no range. So like if we look at, what did we just talk about? What was the stock? Let me check the chat. What was the stock somebody wanted me to look at? That was just barcoding, man. I forgot it already. I'm new. Hey, what's up, OD? LODE. No, it wasn't LODE. It was a different one. SNDL. No. NAKD. Yeah, it was NAKD. That was it. So yeah, when a stock is barcoding, it just means it has no range. Like, it means that the algorithms are in control, and there's just, you know, it's moving in a 1 cent range, is what barcoding means. So yeah, you can see, like, if a stock goes like this, there's a few things that this signifies, all right? When you see a stock going like this, guys, there's a few things that this signifies. This signifies a high float. Not always, but a lot of the time this signifies a larger float where it has no range, right? There's too many, it's too diluted, right? They added too many shares trying to make too much money from the company to where it has no range now. The float's just blown out of proportion, like NAKD with almost 500 million in the float, right? And obviously it signifies no range. Yeah, the chat got me. Yeah, no worries, CK. CLPS. Yeah, CLPS broke under this low, and again, like I said, this range is what I would watch. If it breaks underneath this range here, my hands are up. I'm done with it. Maybe it'll fight its way back, and if it does get back above this range, then maybe we'll get interested, but there's too much risk underneath this, I think, and I think that's where we're heading. I think when we resume for CLPS, we'll be underneath there. It'll resume in 3 minutes at 10:48. MYT's back up though. DOGZ not really holding the VWAP. ONTX, CNET. ONTX isn't that bad. CNET. You can see I'm slowing down just because there's not as much to trade right now. And if I push it too hard on these low volume moves, then I'm just going to give back everything I've made today. So I'm not done trading, but I'm certainly going to be more disciplined and selective. And that's my suggestion to you all as well, especially right now where the volume kind of closes down a little bit around 11 a.m. Market time. FTFT, GSAT, and there's still, I'm not saying there's no moves to be made, because like obviously some of these might squeeze and push and do things, but for me it's just less favorable for my own style. Hey, happy to help, Liz. Hey, thank you, OD. I appreciate that, brother. Can I check CRBP? Yeah, I got you. MDGS. We're watching MDGS. I'm looking at LODE. Like I said, guys, listen. If LODE gets over, for me, like my level that I needed to fight its way back over is like here. Right? We get over $10, then I'm interested in LODE. Until then, it's just consolidating in a downward trend right now. It's just kind of ranging. You can see the range here underneath the VWAP in a downward trend. You know what I mean? And so it might move to the high, to the upper range of that trend. But for right now, we're just kind of trending sideways, downward, slightly sideways, but downward in a downward trend under the VWAP. And as we push closer to this, of course, we could test this high up here. But we got a ways to go before I get specifically interested in it. MDGS is up to 375. We can watch that. Yeah, it's like throwing a penny in a big bucket. Exactly. Yeah, SNDL is a great example of a float that's been blown out of proportion. Yeah, for sure. And SNDL, I think they diluted it recently to where it had like 1.4 billion in the float, so a huge float for SNDL. And yeah, it's certainly, you could see they started diluting this thing as it got ran up to make money. But at this point in time, the range is so small that it's just not really doing much. Like, we had somebody last week that was like, yeah, why are the day traders ruining SNDL? And it's like, look, it's not the day traders. It's the company hitting you with offerings. Like, offerings or dilution. Like, that's what offerings are. You hear somebody say, hey, it had a such and such share offering. It means they're adding that many new shares to the float. They're diluting the company. And then they're making money from it. Because think about it. If you own a company and you add more shares to the float, you basically make however much money the offering was, however much money those shares cost is now yours. It's now part of your company, so it's dilution. And yeah, I'm still not hating SNDL. Like, I might buy a few of these just as an overall diversified cannabis portfolio. Like, if I think cannabis is going to get legalized in the next year or two, I might buy a little bit of SNDL, a little bit of MJ, the cannabis ETF, CGC, CRON, APHA, ACB, and just kind of load up on that, but diversify by buying a few shares of this one. But yeah, I made my money with this one last week. For now, it's low, and yeah, we'll see what happens. It's B for billions. It's billions with a B. I'm a catchphrase that. I'm gonna make a shirt that says billions with a B. You know. But yeah, GTYH is pushing up a little bit too. ZOM is a very similar thing to SNDL, just been really diluted. You know, Carol Baskin talked about ZOM. But with that said, I was hating on ZOM back at the 120s. So, I mean, what do I know? You know what I mean? This thing's pushed up like 100% from there, more than that. Or not anymore, but it did push up over 100% over that. And so, what do I know with ZOM? All I know, it's got a huge float, though. It's got 800 million, almost a billion, with a B. But yeah. CLPS, yeah, CLPS resumed, but again, it's below that level, and I guess we could see if it holds now, at 1450. But yeah, it also might rejected the VWAP in $15, so that's what I would watch. But yeah, for me right now for CLPS, unless we get like a big volume spike, I'm probably not going to trade CLPS anymore. GSAT did push up to 265, so maybe that was one I should have taken. AACG getting some volume. SSY trying here. MKGI. RCON trying to push up a little bit. How's my QS? QS is just too expensive for me, really. I mean, it's just too expensive for me at this point. PLIN? Nah, PLIN's down under the VWAP. Never really broke over it. WHLM. ARTL was moving earlier, but it's falling back down now. If ARTL though, if this one gets back over 3, then I might consider trading it. It's got a ways to go though, to be honest. If I'm gonna get involved with it, that you know what I mean. CLPS gaining momentum. Yeah, I mean, hey, it's back above it. You know, so maybe, but it's got such a huge range, I'm scared to trade it. But yeah, I was wrong, I guess, with this one. This would have been my line in the sand for 1450. And it dipped below that, you know, and then just ripped up and squeezed up. So, yeah, I don't know. I think this one's one that just has a really small float, and so you never really know what they're going to do. Yeah, this one's got less than 5 mil. So, yeah, I was wrong about this one, certainly. And we'll see if it holds the VWAP now. I think that's what the next step is. It's back over the VWAP. We'll see if it holds 1520s. I would like a mug with the billionaires with the B, please. Hey, I got you, man. Yeah, billionaire with the B mug shirt. Hey, I got you guys. Like I said, I can make one I can make one. I can get one made. I think I'm gonna put billions, and then I'm gonna put in parentheses with a B. You know, that'll be my catchphrase, my line. You know, we'll profit from it, you know. But yeah, GRNQ's pushing up. So GRNQ's pushing up. We'll see what happens here at like 375. Hey, thank you, Manuel. I appreciate that, dude. All right. That guy panicking on LOD sell, it's back up. Yeah, I mean, it's back up from where it was, but I think we had somebody saying they were holding it at 9. And I mean, it's kind of backed up, but again, like I said, it's kind of, you can see it's trending. People ask me why I use the VWAP. If you look at LODE, this is why, right? If you look at how valuable just identifying this short-term trend can be on both the on both the downside and the upside. Look how easy it is to see this trend. Right? This is what the VWAP does. It identifies the short-term trend. So, like, you can see stock pops up to the VWAP. What I used to do in mid and high caps is I used to short these pops to the VWAP. I'd short here, and I'd short here. And you can see why. You can see how effective that would be in this example. But even on the upside, like, what's one that CLPS has been maintaining most of the day an upward trend. Maybe this isn't the best example just because it's been a little bit more sporadic. Let me see. Tesla. I'm trying to find an upward trending stock, but I can't find anything. Everything's trending down today. DOGZ, PTZ. Nothing's really trending up today, unfortunately, though. The SPY hasn't even. I'll have to go back in time and just look at a green day on the SPY. And so here's another example. You can see the SPY maintaining a pretty nice uptrend. And sure, we're going to get breaks eventually. But, like, look at this pullback, bounce, pullback, bounce. So, like, buying these pullbacks, this is called a VWAP bounce. The other one, the downside one, is called a VWAP fade. Like on LODE, this is called a fade. So you buy on the pullback, you short into that pullback, and then you ride it down. I usually target this. I'd short it at the top here, and then I'd cover around previous lows, like right here. So like if I jumped in this trade and shorted it here, I'd try to cover around the previous low of the day and rinse and repeat that as long as it would work. Very profitable way to trade, to be honest. Yeah, never a bad idea, Nate. I know somebody bought in at 9. I don't know if it was the same guy. Look at CHNR, guys. CHNR is getting some volume coming in. There's threes. Why do I keep losing big or winning small? Because you're cutting your losses too quick and you're cutting your losses too late and you're letting your winners cut short. The lag is back? No, the stream's going pretty okay right now. At least it's showing me it is. Let me know if it is for you guys. First time watching you, great learning session for me as a beginner. Hey, happy to help, Tommy. I can't short right now with the cash account. When I was saying that is like when I used to trade mid and high caps, using funded account programs is usually what I would use. In that case, I would short the VWAP pullbacks, which is I call the VWAP fade, or I think a lot of people call them the VWAP fade. But yeah, it wasn't on a cash account. That was on a funded account program, really. CBAT starting to push back up here. This is one that's been mostly neutral, but it's had some momentum to attack and take advantage of. How do you put the RSI up on Thinkorswim? You go to add study, and then what is RSI? Volatility studies, maybe? What is RSI? I don't use the RSI if you can't tell. Momentum studies, maybe? Yeah, so go to momentum studies and then find the R's and then just click on RSI right here. Here it is, right here. I don't really use it, but yeah. It's not really my style of trading. Watching CHNR, I want to see if it holds. It's got to hit 3. You can see it rejected at 3. 275 pullback, I'm not going to hate, but we'll see if I end up taking it or not. Just the 275 level is the pre-market high for CHNR, and it's also around the VWAP at around a $0.25 level, so a lot of confirmations adding up there. So we pull back to 275. I might take a small position here for CHNR. CBAT is also starting to push up some, so I'm watching CBAT here. If it gets over 9 and holds, then we might get some big rips. Watching it though. I don't trade pennies, but your channel constantly helps me relax. Or it constantly reminds me of risk management. I need that. Hey, happy to help, Rick. In whatever way we can, brother, you know. I don't know. In futures, I'm up a few hundred. And penny stocks, where I'm trading noticeably smaller, I'm up like 30 bucks, 30 something. Yeah, most people were saying the stream's fine. ARTL flirting with the VWAP. Yeah, there's CHNR. I wanted 275. We got down to 282, so maybe I should have taken it. ARTL's trying here. We're going to watch it. It's trying, you know. Still looking at CBAT as well. It's trying to. If we get over like 9s. Yeah, EH is not really my style, but it is maintaining the VWAP really nicely. Let's see if CBAT holds this 890 level. FNHC. So we're watching FNHC here. Watching CODA as well. AACG. Hey, and like I said, guys, y'all hit that subscribe button. You know you want to. Everybody does it here at this channel, and you know you want to, guys. Hit the subscribe button, click the bell, turn on notifications. We go live every single weekday morning for free right here on YouTube. We're not experts. We don't claim to be. We don't try to be. We don't act like we're experts. And if you appreciate the content we put out, hit the subscribe button. You know you want to. Like I said, you want to help support the channel, you can go check out Top Step. And Top Step, if you're in the futures market, Top Step is a funded account program for futures. And so what they do is they fund traders in the futures and Forex market. If they can prove they're profitable, they'll give you a demo account. If you can prove you're profitable with this demo and hit their price target while following the rest of their rules, then they fund you anywhere between 30K up to over 100K, depending on the package you get. They're regulated in the US. They paid out millions last year to their profitable traders. They funded thousands. And again, you can check it out. It's pinned to the top of the page. And if you want to check out the link here, I'll post it here as well. I use Thinkorswim. How long does that Top Step take to go live? It really depends on how fast you hit your profit target. Hey, thank you, Camille. I appreciate the support, brother. Hey, later, see Alvarado. You're out, man? Let me see. I must have missed it. Hey, later, bro. Oh, yeah, I see you now. Hey, have a good day, brother. Is LODE back? No, it's not. But again, what does this show you? It shows you the value in the VWAP. You know, the VWAP, you can see, it's not necessarily that the stock is respecting the VWAP per se. It's that the VWAP is identifying that trend. You know what I mean? In a really good way. Which is why the VWAP's so valuable. It's why I use it. I've used the VWAP for years. It's an indicator that I've used in the market for years and years. So, yeah, I love the VWAP. Even in penny stocks. For a while, I thought that the VWAP might not be useful in penny stocks, but it certainly is. As you can see with LODE and, you know, CLPS and all those. Yeah, so CLPS is falling back below this here. And again, here's the previous low right there at 14. We just broke under that. Looking kind of weak, guys, for CLPS, to be honest. The SPY in the market is pretty choppy right now, to be honest, too. VWAP stands for volume weighted average price. It's basically a short-term trend indicator. It's going to tell you the short-term trend of a stock. You know, stock maintains above it, bullish trend, stock maintains below it, bearish trend, and you can try to profit and exploit that trend using it, and it works well. You know. What did Bitcoin end up doing today? We had a lot of hype about Bitcoin this morning, and then Bitcoin just didn't do much. It's just kind of been sitting there. So we can watch like RIOT, MARA, same type of things. They're just sideways and neutral since Bitcoin stopped basically moving. You can see DOGZ is pushing up here. It's at 460s. You know, what I see a lot of the time with the VWAP, guys, because you use the VWAP a little bit different in mid and high caps than you do with penny stocks. But like what I try to do with penny stocks, at least, and what I see the most is what I mean with penny stocks is like I see stocks a lot of the time they'll open up below it, and if they're pushing towards it closer and closer, what I want to see is I want to see obviously a break over it, a hold of support, and then a push back up, right? That'll signify a really nice like bullish trend in penny stocks, and it's a little bit different than mid and high caps, but like that's what I'm specifically looking for, to be honest. I believe my standard deviations are -2.2, Tobin. I don't know, we could look at it real quick and see. Time frame is day. Number deviation down is -2. Number deviation up is 2. And then I don't have the upper or lower bands. I uncheck these. And then I just keep the VWAP. I don't like the upper and lower bands. Some dude here was like, last chance for LODE. Yeah, we've got a lot of LODE pumpers, and what you guys gotta understand, and it's not like I get it for LODE. Like people are gonna be bag holding, and like that's the reality, right? And at least with LODE, it's influenceable if you're trying to pump that thing. I'm not saying you should, but I'm saying the people in here, it's a little bit more justified trying to pump up LODE than something like, what did somebody try to pump earlier? They were trying to pump was it SNDL or was it it was NAKD, you know, which just have hundreds of millions in the float. So what happens though is like you get this big run up and people are just bag holding from way up here, you know what I mean, and they're hurting. And so what do? They go around to the chat rooms trying to encourage people to buy it. The problem is that they don't really have your best interest at heart. They're just trying to save themselves, which is what most pumpers are doing. Like, they're just trying to save themselves. In the end, though, you know, this one might rebound. I genuinely don't know. But it's still in a downward trend now, and it's testing lows of the day. You know, it's up a huge amount, too. So it's extended. It's testing lows of the day. For me, it just doesn't look good, but maybe I'm wrong, you know. Oh, yeah, it was DNN. Yeah, DNN. And as soon as I looked at DNN, they were like, yeah, buy DNN. As soon as I looked at DNN, I could just tell by the range that it was a larger float stock. You know? Yeah, DNN's got almost 700 mil. Yeah, I'm trying to do top step. I mean, this is top step right here. I might short into the market if it looks good. Maybe not though. Hey, thank you. I appreciate the support, bro. Cut my losses when I realize what's going on. Hey, that's the right move. At 15, that's rough, Steven. Yeah, here's CH&R. It held at 3. No, I use TOS to look at, hold on, guys. I'm in top step now. I'm going to try to get out here. All right, so I just got out. So, yeah, I just made a few $100s from that rejection in the SPY. And to go back to what we were talking about specifically with the VWAP, so I'm up like 310 on the day in top step. But to go back to what we were talking about with the VWAP, so I'm looking at the SPY. When I'm trading the E-mini on top step, I'm looking at the SPY. And so what I do is I see this big drop right here. And this big drop is like, okay, well, there's a lot of weakness that come in. When we have this huge drop where every candle over the last every candle except for one over the last 10 minutes was red, a lot of weakness comes in. So when we break underneath the VWAP, signifying, okay, we're not going to hold this upward trend, what I do is I end up shorting into this pop. So I wait for it to get up here and then I short into this pop. And like that's what I did with top step. I saw this weakness break under the VWAP and then I shorted on this pop back, scalping this drop. So I'm actually out of the entire thing, but I shorted into this pop and then I scalped and covered into the rejection, you know, of the VWAP, kind of confirming that trend, if that makes sense. And like that's how I use the VWAP, using like a trend indicator like that. Hey, my man, I appreciate the $2, brother. What is or you want me to look at DOGZ? Yeah, I got you, man. I mean, it's kind of battling the VWAP and the whole $1.04 level. So I would watch 4 in the VWAP. That's what I see, at least here. It's got to hold over the VWAP if it wants to continue up, you know, obviously. And so we'll see what happens. But $4 is kind of like my line in the sand with it. If it breaks underneath 4, I'm too worried that we're going to start to... I'm worried that we're going to start to just have a downward trend. But yeah, I appreciate the $2 though, brother. Thank you, man. The daily chart looks good. Strong daily chart. And we got some support underneath us in case we do drop a bunch. But yeah, with DOGZ, I mean, small float, big range, big movement. And yeah, I want to see it hold the VWAP if I'm going to trade it. But I appreciate the $2, bro. Alright, yeah, SOS just tanked here. Let me see if I can find this catalyst for you all, because we got a few people talking about SOS, and this is a pretty big drop. Circuit breaker downside. Why did SOS do this, though? Is this... let me see. Let me see. So they're working with blockchain. Let me see what Bitcoin did. Yeah, so I think, I don't know if it was because of this, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 10 minutes ago. Yeah, that didn't cause that. Yeah, I don't know what caused this drop. Somebody got out of a big order is what this is, I guess. Somebody unloaded a large position and covered a large position and sold, is what it seems like. But I don't know why this huge drop happened. Maybe the chat knows. Yeah. There's most likely bag holders letting go at the same time. Yeah, that's plausible. I mean, you get a lot of traders that are looking at this previous closing price. Okay, so like what we got here, guys, here's the previous close. This is the level where the stock goes from green to red on the day. So like if it's above this, it's technically red on the day because the gap up was so big. Once it drops under this light blue line, it's effectively red on the day. It's effectively down on the day, and a lot of traders are going to unload their long positions, which can squeeze the stock down like this. And we're back resumed now. We're sitting at 11s. This is the level I would watch, is that 1184 previous closing price, to be honest. But really, we got a big drop in a lot of stocks, like SOS, MYT had a big drop in the last 3 minutes. MARA too, RIOT, and I guess, I mean, if you look at Bitcoin, we did get somewhat of a drop, but it wasn't like a huge drop or anything like that. It was kind of back to support over the last 10 minutes, but yeah, it's weird. SOS is back and rising. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna rebound some from a huge drop like that. You know what I mean? Again, the level I would watch is 1184s. See if it holds that. I don't see any float for SOS or any short float percentage. I'm curious as if there's short traders getting involved here. And that they're covering, which is causing this pop. Which makes the most sense, is that it's short traders covering their short positions, buying back their shares. But yeah, again, I would watch 1150 and 1180s to see if it holds over or under that. But overall, it's just looked really weak since the opening bell. Am I right in assuming Apple is at a great discount to buy right now? I don't know. I'm not much of a mid and high cap investor at this point in time. So I genuinely don't know, bro. I use Epidemic Sounds. Epidemic Sounds. ONVO. Still watching SOS here. Yeah, there's the rejection. So many Chinese companies. Yeah, I mean, a lot of craziness. I know, like, PETZ, CLPS, DOGZ, CHNR. So we've got a lot of moves like this. Look at CHNR still ripping and still pushing here. I kind of wanted that $3 pullback, but we just didn't quite get it. All right, I got you, A-Ball. I'll check it out, man. CBAT. Yeah, we're looking at CBAT.